We're ready? Okay. I'm going to call this meeting to order. I guess before we get started, this is an abnormally amount of cases for us. Normally it's about half. So with that being said, what case do you guys represent, or what are you here for, so that we might move the agenda? Yes.
We're the Bauman case.
Okay, so it's the first one anyway. So, okay, that works. I just want to get the kids home, so.
Yeah,
Because if you were 10, who knows when.
2.5, 3 hours
Yeah,
later,
Yeah,
we might all be communally feeling bad.
but, all right, let's go ahead and get a roll call of the members, please.
Andy Bailey,
Here.
Grant Muller,
Here.
Stacy Pettigo,
Here.
Scott Hudsonsberger is absent, and Chester Bankus.
Here.
Staff Liz Stitzel and Kat Beller present, as well as attorney Jay Moore.
Good, thank you. Anybody have any changes or anything on the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second. Been moved and seconded. Grant's moved and Chester seconded. All those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
This pen was white on ink.
Minutes are approved. We have no old business, so let's get right to it. Start with our first public hearing. This is application CC 2024-01248, docket number 26-24-SE. It is a petition for Gabriel Bauman. He's asking for a special exception. Also want to, when your case is done, you don't have to stick around. We'll give you a little bit of time to scoot out. If you guys want to stay, you're more than welcome to stay. With as many cases that we have, go up to the podium and talk if you're going to talk. Try to limit your speech to as quick as possible to respect everybody's time here. So that's all I've got. Go ahead with the staff report.
So this is the applicant, Gabriel Bauman, 4198 South State Road 39, in what's commonly referred to as Antioch. And this is a request for a special exception to have a small pasture and grazing confined feeding operation for backyard chickens, ducks, turkeys, and roosters. So I think a rooster technically. But just because we have a crowd and a lot of people that maybe haven't been here before, I just want to briefly explain that a special exception is a use that is not permitted by right, nor is it prohibited. It's something that may or may not be appropriate in a particular area or situation based upon the exact criteria of what's happening in that space. So, and it involves a use. So in this case, some poultry. So this site is a single lot. It's approximately 26,124 square foot. So close to half an acre on the west side of South State Road 39 in Jackson Township. The petitioner would like approval for up to 1 animal unit of livestock. Poultry, in this case, kept as a hobby for the petitioner's children in the production of fresh eggs in the R1 Rural Residential Zoning District. The birds are in the backyard and kept in a combination of grazing and confinement. This petition site is surrounded by residences inside the unincorporated town of Antioch. The petitioner already has the proposed livestock and was not aware that this was not a permitted use without a special exception approval from the BZA in this area. After a complaint was logged with the area plan office by a neighbor, a letter was sent to the petitioner. Once the petitioner was informed, they contacted area plan and chose to file the special exception request to see if they could get permission to keep the birds. The complaint that was reported from the neighbor was that the birds do get past the fence the petitioner has lining their property and end up in the neighbor's yard. The neighbor has dogs and does not want chickens getting attacked or killed by his dogs. Or if he accidentally lets a dog out without realizing a chicken has gotten over the fence where the dogs can reach it. On the second page, you've got a map that just kind of shows you, this is kind of right in the center of platted Antioch. And then there's a more zoomed in area that shows you this house location and the houses around it. Kat has kindly taken and included a picture from State Road 39, looking back across the yard of this particular site. And as noted, this is a request for a special exception for poultry in the R1 district. So there's special exception findings that need to be examined. The first one is the proposed use conforms to the district provisions in which it will be located and all the general regulations of the ordinance. So according to Unified Development Ordinance 509.06, confined feeding in unincorporated areas involving one or fewer animal units of livestock, and noting, just because we have a crowd, a unit of livestock does not mean a single animal. Different animals are assigned different quantities of a unit based on their manure output. So a chicken is 0.05 of a unit. So 20 chickens to one animal unit, just to give you an idea. So the petitioner has no intention of having more than 20 in the future. And they feel that as long as they're under that 20 birds, they can maintain that setback that is still required of at least 100 foot from a neighboring dwelling, and they do have that space. The board may, however, want to discuss, if this is approved, whether or not there should be a condition that the petitioner must immediately decrease the flock to one animal unit because they are just slightly over it, closer to 25, or if there should be a time frame permitted to reduce the numbers. Second is the proposed use shall not involve an element or cause a condition that may be dangerous, injurious, or noxious to any property or persons and shall comply with the performance standards herein. So I'm going to note, because I'm going to choose this point to insert a complaint letter that we received. At the time of writing the staff report, we had not received any additional communication, so I'm going to present it as written, but then I am going to note, because I think this is probably the finding that the letter that we received would be falling under. And make sure that I kind of present that as well, so you have a complete picture. So the livestock, in general, we see chickens in Kirkland and Colfax permitted in small numbers. There's not necessarily a dangerous, injurious condition typically caused just by a small number of animals if they're kept in a coop, and confined so that they're not getting loose. The health department has no objection to the request, but only because it does not involve septic. It's just not in their jurisdiction. The point of note is this is a residentially zoned area, and these chickens have been running kind of free range and ending up on other people's property. That can become a nuisance. So the birds do need to be kept properly cooped or pinned with a roof, because chickens can kind of loft themselves. I'm not going to say fly, but they kind of manage to loft themselves up to 12 foot in the air and kind of get over things, so that the concerns of the complainant that were called in are alleviated, and we don't have. You can see there's other residential properties here, so it's not really an appropriate place for birds to be moving in whatever direction they want to move. We did receive a letter of complaint from, I'm going to assume it's a neighbor because it refers to his backyard. It's from Alan Query, and this was sent to the board. Have you all had a chance to read this? Okay, so I'll just summarize it since there's an audience here. This involves stating that the day the letter was written, which was the 24th, there were 5 to 6 chickens in this individual's backyard, including bird droppings. He feels he can smell chicken waste. He has a concern about disease and if his dogs could pick up parvo from the birds. And then the rooster is obnoxious to him and crows 30 or more times a day. He objects firmly to any and all animals in the residential area and believes it would decrease his property value. So that's just a quick summary of the 5 points, and if anybody needs to see that, I have it here. So the third finding is the proposed use shall be sited, oriented, and landscaped so that the relationship of its buildings and grounds to adjacent buildings and properties does not impair health, safety, or comfort, or adversely affect values of adjacent properties. The livestock are primarily in a small area in the rear yard. They're not readily seen by the roadway, but there are 2 neighbors who have not logged complaints to the north and the south that are the closest. There is a neighbor to the west, however, and that's where the birds keep crossing the fence and are not being kept confined. At the time of writing the staff report, it seemed like that main concern was birds being attacked and killed. I'm not sure if the complaint came from the same neighbor. It may be that's...
It didn't.
It did not. Okay, so then we have 2 separate complaints about birds where they do not belong and continuing issues. So anyway, if the board should decide that this is going to be approved, I think it's very important that it's confirmed that whatever's there is fully and entirely appropriately contained and not moving about, not in an open-topped coop. Our small towns that do allow small numbers of chickens do require them to be 100% contained. So 4, the proposed use shall produce a total environmental effect consistent with and not harmful to the environment of the neighborhood. So there is some vegetation and screening. A limited number of animals would be there. Typically, chickens are not inconsistent with rural neighborhoods kept properly. 5, the proposed use shall organize vehicular access and parking to minimize conflicting uses. So the proposed special exception, chickens don't really create additional traffic. So we did send it to NDOT for their review and input. but they have no concerns about this request. And finally, the proposed use shall promote the objectives of the comprehensive plan. So the comprehensive plan does promote the agricultural base in the county, and thus there's a lot of inherent objectives about combining animals with life. And in recognition of this, pasture and grazing and confined feeding are listed as special exception uses in the R1 district, and a limited number of livestock are permitted in some of Clinton County's small unincorporated and incorporated communities. So it's consistent with the plan if kept correctly. Now, I would note the R1 district can range from quarter-acre lots all the way up to 20-acre lots, depending on where you are in the county. So again, you get into that. Something isn't always appropriate in every location, and that's what the board has to determine. So at the time of writing this, staff recommended to approve the special exception with the condition that they're limited to only poultry and that the birds must be fully contained in coops or pens with roofs to prevent escape, with the caveat that we'd need to figure out what's happening with compliance. I would note, like with the addition of a letter, just for you guys' sake, I would remind you that in the case of findings, if you cannot find all the findings to be true, then you must deny. You have to find all findings affirmatively in order to approve. And if it ends up being something that you're discussing and you differ from the staff report, then you'll need to figure out what your findings are alternatively. And we do, I think do we have the forms? Yeah, so if you guys do end up wanting like a form to be able to write or jot notes on, we can pass those down to you. So with that, I think that's everything I've got, and I'll pass it to the board.
Thank you, Liz. Does the petitioner have anything that they would like to add? Please step to the microphone and if you want to. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, is this on?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. First off, terrified of public speaking, but thank you guys for being here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Gabriel Bauman. I am a committed member of this community. I serve as an EMT for the Frankfurt IU Lifeline Air Medical Program, as well as an ICU nurse. My family and I are deeply invested in the well-being of our neighborhood, and we work hard to contribute positively to it. I'm here to respectfully request your approval to allow my family to continue keeping chickens in our backyard. For us, this is more than a personal preference. It is a meaningful part of our family's lifestyle and values. Raising chickens has provided my two children with invaluable hands-on educational experience. They have cared for the birds since they were hatched as eggs, learned about biology, sustainability, importance, and responsibility. These lessons have deeply enriched their lives in ways that a traditional classroom cannot. In addition, our chickens provide us with a sustainable source of protein through their eggs. This became especially significant during the COVID-19 pandemic when grocery store shelves were often empty and access to fresh food was uncertain. Having chickens gives our family security and self-reliance in a time of uncertainty. We understand that one of our neighbors has raised concerns about our chickens. In an effort to address this, we reached out proactively by delivering a basket of fresh eggs and a handwritten note. The note explained how meaningful it was to our family, especially to our children, to raise these birds and express our willingness to compromise to ensure harmony between our households. Unfortunately, we received a response that just said, "We don't give a damn about your chickens or your kids." While this was disappointing, we remain committed to work towards a resolution that respects everyone's needs. In good faith, we have already rehomed the roosters and some of our other birds to try to dwindle the numbers down. We understand we're the most likely source of any noise were some of the roosters, so we got rid of all of them but one, and we can get rid of the last one if needed. We also ensure that the coop is cleaned regularly to prevent odors and pests, and the chickens remain safely confined in the property. There was a small part of our back fence that we noted that needed to be mended, which some of the chickens were getting out. That has since been mended. If additional steps are required, such as building a new fence and clipping the chickens' wings, we are more than willing to implement them to maintain peace in our neighborhood. Keeping chickens has become an integral part of our family's life. It fosters education for our children, provides a reliable food source, and brings us a sense of connection to nature. We believe we can continue this practice while being respectful to our neighbors. I humbly ask the board to allow us to keep our chickens, knowing we are committed to being considered collaborative members of this community. I was reached out to as well about that other neighbor who made complaints, and I just wanted to touch on that real quick. In addition to addressing our family situation regarding the chickens, I feel it's important to respond to the complaint from our neighbor Alan, who has claimed that our chickens cause issues including smell, noise from the rooster, and chickens wandering into his yard, and his dog allegedly getting possibility of getting sick. While we respect the board's process and the importance of considering all perspectives, we believe these complaints are not made in good faith, but instead reflect retaliation rather than genuine concerns. This particular neighbor has had ongoing disruptive issues on the property unrelated to our chickens. Over the last several months, he has been dealing with septic system backups that have flooded the yard, cause unpleasant odors in the area. His house was borderline condemned, which could easily be confused with our chicken's coop smell. Additionally, his property has been filled with heavy machinery, abandoned cars, loud work, loud noises to address this problem far exceeded the noise level of any of our animals produce. Compounding the issue, this neighbor was hired an individual that I believe was family to work on his property, who has displayed erratic and threatening behavior. This person has stayed up in the early hours of the morning, revving his motorcycle and yelling incoherently about drones in the sky. On multiple occasions, this individual has called my wife. My neighbor gave her a number, calls her in the middle of the night, and accuses her of operating these imaginary drones. Furthermore, this individual has also made direct threats to the safety of both my family and neighbor to my north, claiming he would kill their kids and dogs. These threats result in several police reports being filed. Given this pattern of behavior and disruption, it's difficult to view the neighbor's complaints about our chickens as anything other than retaliatory. If his claims about noise, smell, and other disturbances truly reflected concerns about property values or quality of life, it would stand to reason that his focus would first be on the disruption stemming from his own property. As for the specific complaints, noise, we have already rehomed all but one of our roosters, and we plan on rehoming the last. Smell, we clean our coop regularly to prevent odors and pests. And I don't know how he would be able to tell if there's a smell anyways, considering his yard has been flooded with septic for the past several months. Wandering chickens, our chickens stay confined to the yard. We ensure their coop is secure. We've mended the fence. We are also looking into more fencing options as well to ensure that our two properties can coexist. Dog illness, there is no evidence linking our chickens to any of his dog's health issues, and this claim seems speculative at best. Also, to specifically address the claim that our chickens can spread parvo to his dog is false. Dogs cannot get parvo from chickens. Chickens parvovirus CHPV and turkey parvovirus TUPV can only be transmitted through turkeys and chickens. A dog cannot contract parvo can only contract parvo from another dog infected with canine parvovirus or CPV. We believe that these neighbors' statements are rooted in personal grievances rather than legitimate concerns. My family is committed to maintaining a peaceful and respectful neighborhood and has already gone to great lengths to address any valid issues raised by others. We ask the board to consider these facts when evaluating his complaints and focus on the broader picture of what is fair and reasonable for all involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gabe.
Do I need to stay or sit?
Oh, you could sit. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this case while we're here? Okay. Anybody? Okay. Let's go to board discussion then. Sounds like the issues are getting addressed.
I was gonna say, and if the neighbors are having issues like that too, I know it's not their case, but
Yep.
I mean, the smell and other stuff, if those facts are true, I mean, that would be similar smelling, and to pinpoint which one it is, I don't know if you could.
Yeah.
So, I
Well,
don't think that's fair either.
the rooster deal is a concern.
Yeah.
I mean, that when I read the case at the beginning, I am compassionate with somebody that doesn't like to hear a rooster crow every half hour. Yeah. So,
Get rid of all roosters.
I think if they get rid of the last one, I
Yep.
think that might be able to help, especially when you're that close to homes and stuff.
Most of the small towns who've adopted an ordinance allowing and forbid roosters.
yeah.
Typically the small towns, I think both Kirkland and Colfax, you can have up to 8 birds by right, but only hens. And they do have to be kept cooped. The coop has to be clean and at least 10 foot from the property line. And so there's some rules that go with it. And then you can't slaughter your birds on site, which obviously isn't a component of this hearing. But yeah, the towns are much more densely populated than what we see out here.
Well, so Kirkland and Antioch are fairly consistent in terms of spacing between the houses.
Yeah, that's probably true. There's just more houses in Kirkland, but yeah, no, I
Not
would
a
agree.
lot.
No, maybe not.
And one thing, I would make sure that we say, I mean, that the building does have a good roof and everything, so they're not getting out and that causing issues.
Yeah.
I know they mentioned that, but
Those would be my two
Yeah.
concerns. I think those are, I mean, anybody else have any input?
Just the coops or whatever to keep them so they are unable to escape.
Yeah.
yeah.
So no roosters. what kind of time frame, what kind of time frame do you think that you could rehome your rooster?
We've discussed this with some other friends that live way out in the country that have chickens. Probably need like a week or two to
Okay.
facilitate that.
So by January,
And one animal unit also.
yeah, and limit to one animal unit. So you need to stay under the 20.
We have one question.
Sure.
We do have a couple turkeys. Not typically like animals, and they cannot get over the fence. Are they allowed to? It's all fenced in. They've never ever gotten to the other side of the fence. They can't.
Is any part of the yard within 100 foot of the neighbor's house?
I don't believe so.
Because that would be a, not knowing where they sit, that would be, yeah,
That
that'd be
would
the
be-
primary concern is making sure, because when you get to the property line, you know, you may not still have, I can probably measure that.
I think I
Did you?
I did some measurement or something somewhere
Yeah.
in,
Ooh, sorry, Mike.
I did an aerial somewhere and I showed,
Give us a second here.
from the very rear of the property to his two side neighbors and the one directly behind him that,
Is your backyard fence on your property line
I
that,
believe so, but I'm
that the
not-
turkeys are roaming in?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm measuring from the right spot. Well,
I'm
she's
not
looking
sure.
to see if she can find her notes. I'm gonna pull this up real quick.
put it in the. What do you need, the address?
Yeah.
Right here.
I know we measured from the coop to make sure, but the coop is all the way in the backyard, whereas the side property line, you know, comes up further. Wi-Fi in here is always so slow. Yeah, see if you can do it faster. I've got the property up, I can't get to switch to map view where I can measure. It looks to me on an eyeballing like the house next to it is closer than 100 foot to the property line if the turkeys are able to run the fence line and it's on the property line.
What I come
Sorry
up
to
with-
whoever's online, I just blowing somebody's eardrums out.
Whenever I did the measurements, I measured the rear part where the coop was at, coop area that he shows on there.
There's the fence coming up that way, so the turkeys would be able to get to here. Doesn't, woohoo, it's coming up.
So I measured.
It doesn't look
back
like
in
100
here. I
eyeballing,
measured back here, if they kept them all
Yeah.
contained back here.
but they're
they
asking
would
to be able to
be-
let them come all the way up here to
Yeah,
this
but if
corner.
They'd have to keep them back here to
Oh, why is it doing that?
stay.
Clear. Looks like the neighboring house to the north is roughly 40 feet. We'll see if we can get this to. Okay, the house to the north is 37 foot from the fence, so there is not 100 foot from the backyard fence. To get 100 foot, you pretty much have to get back to where that coop is from the house on the north. Now, the house to the south, by the time you get to their swimming pool, you're at 100 foot. So if they're on the south side there, if they're behind the swimming pool, they've got 100 foot. But right now, the backyard is fenced all the way up to the house, which puts you 40 foot from the house to the south and 37 foot from the house to the north, which would violate the 100-foot setback required for animals. So yeah, because of your setback, I'd say the answer would be no. If you can find a way to put additional fencing in that keeps them more than 100 foot from neighboring houses back by the coop, then, you know, I don't know that,
So if
that
we
may
fence
change.
like a big run on the back of our property, they can
Yeah,
stay.
every area that they're in has to be more than 100 foot from any neighbor's house. So it's easy, the one on the south, you just need to be behind the pool. The one on the other side, it's a little hard to describe to you where 100 foot is, because it's just in the middle of your backyard. But if you get on Beacon, there is a measurement tool, so you can get an idea. And I always tell people there's a little bit of a margin of error on Beacon, maybe up to about 5 foot. So when you're dealing with something with a setback, I usually tell people setback just a few more foot in case, so you're sure you're there. Then you don't have to move something.
Okay.
So, we ready?
Well, so let's discuss this, what we just talked about. So, I think, you know, obviously no rooster, give them until January. Limit to one animal unit and fully contained need to be in our deal. How do we address this if they want to keep their turkeys? We need to have,
Honestly,
We
Okay.
we have
can
friends who want them.
rehome and one can be Thanksgiving.
sounds good to me. So, cool.
All right, so we don't have to even worry about.
Let's not worry about that
Okay.
for right now. Are you ready to make a motion, or
Chester's got it right
you
there.
got it? Go for it.
I think so. Okay, I don't have my cheat sheet, but we'll try.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Hang on.
Okay.
There's like a magic
Oh, hang
wand
on.
over here.
Oh, hang on then. All right,
yeah.
all right. Let's see if I can start it here.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve application number. And, let's see here, I got it turned over here. CC 2024-124-8, docket 2624 SE, which were incorporated, according to the findings of the staff report, which were incorporated in motion by reference with the conditions that the livestock is limited to poultry, such as chicken, ducks, turkeys, and roosters.
Nope,
Well, you're just saying turkeys, no.
no roosters.
Okay, that's right, no roosters. Well, and we're saying turkeys too, right? So we're just chickens and ducks. Birds must be fully contained in coops or pens with roofs to prevent escape. One unit only, and the downgrading for the one animal unit and the no roosters is given until January, the end of January, beginning of January.
Beginning.
Beginning in January. And I believe that's all we need to put in there.
Sounds good to me.
I'll second.
Okay, Chester moved and
Grant.
Grant seconded. I'll take a roll call vote when you get a chance, staff.
Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Grant Muller,
Yes.
Stacy Pettigrew,
Yes.
Chester Banks.
Yes.
4-0 pass. All right. Should be good to go. If you,
I have one question.
sure.
Because I'll probably have to build a bigger run if we're not gonna allow them, you know, how much time I have to.
We,
I think
yeah,
that January 1st, the same.
January,
I mean, we
yeah.
have, it seems like the biggest problem in the neighborhood is birds where they don't belong.
Okay.
You know, within 100 foot and on other people's property. So I think, like, in some fairness to the neighbors, we need to get it addressed.
In January. Yep. Yep. Cool. Yeah, if you guys were ready to go, we'll go on to the next one. I appreciate you guys coming out.
We can send you.
I'm sending you a copy of
All right. Next on the docket is application number CC 2024-01249, docket number 27-24-SE. It's a petition for William and Brandy Siebert, and they are asking for a special exception for an accessory apartment and an accessory structure. Can you take us through the staff report, please?
I can. So this parcel is zoned agriculturally as well as everything around it. Similar to the last case, as a special exception, this is something that may or may not be appropriate depending on the circumstances of the case. This site may look familiar to some of you because it wasn't that long ago that it was platted and a new home was built there. So this is a little bit more than a 10-acre lot. It's between 400 North and 500 North on the east side of 800 East in Section 18 of Forest Township. The site is completely woodland. There's an existing dwelling. There's farmland on all sides. The proposed accessory structure for the accessory apartment will be a new structure, and the purpose is to have it for elderly parents eventually to be able to reside in. It's staff's understanding that the petitioners, who are also the property owners, will reside in the existing dwelling, which is what makes it eligible to consider it as an accessory apartment. In order to have both a house and an accessory apartment on the same building lot, this BZA special exception approval is needed. There's a couple images there on the second page. You can see how heavily wooded that is, and then there's kind of a rough site plan of where that new structure is going to sit up in the woods. There's a series of findings that we need to examine, including some specific standards for accessory apartments. So the first finding is that the proposed use conforms to the district provisions in which it will be located and all the general regulations of the ordinance. So there's 8 supplemental developmental standards specific to accessory apartments. The first is there may be only one. The second is that and that seems to be met. The second is that it has to be clearly secondary and incidental to the principal dwelling, which we usually interpret as being a square footage measurement. And this will be under 1,000 square foot in the new apartment. The house is definitely larger than that. Third, that the accessory apartment can be in either a detached structure or within the principal dwelling unit, but it may not be a mobile or manufactured home, nor may it be a temporary structure. So this will be in a new detached structure on a masonry block foundation. It seems to be met. The owner must reside in either the principal dwelling unit or the accessory apartment. So the owner resides in and will continue to reside in the primary structure, which is the house. There can be no exterior stairways to any upper level accessory apartments. There will be none. In fact, it's not an upper level accessory apartment. And then the next finding is not applicable. It states that if it's an interior accessory apartment, then it has to have direct interior access. It can't be like a duplex where it has a wall, but since this is an accessory structure, that's not applicable. All county building code and health department standards shall be met. The petitioners do understand that they'll need to meet residential code, and they've been made aware that the apartment must have an approved septic system. I'm sorry, it's gonna be a long night. At the time of writing the staff report, the health department reported that a separate system may be required because the current system is a Presby system, or as some would call it, a mound system. And so trying to add to it could come with some challenges. Staff suggests the board may want to discuss continuing to allow septic suitability to be fully determined, or making a condition that if this is approved, there's an expiration of 1 year, so it expires if the petitioners cannot obtain approval from the health department for the apartment septic. And then we don't have it hanging out there because special exceptions otherwise run with the land as long as the conditions are met. So if an owner fails to live there at some point in the future, then it becomes null and void and it's illegal. But as long as an owner of the property is living in one of the 2 units and all the other conditions are met, then it continues to transfer and can be sold that way. So if the petitioners can obtain approval from the health department by the meeting date, and I haven't heard any update on that's been done just yet, then this finding would appear to be met. It's just solely a septic question. Additional parking, this is the next item. Additional parking as needed or required by the ordinance shall be provided in off-street space. So this, on 10 acres, you'd need 2 spaces per unit, 2 for the apartment, 2 for the house. There's plenty of room in 10 acres for 4 parking spaces. Your next finding is the proposed use shall not involve an element or cause a condition that may be dangerous, injurious, or noxious to any other property or persons and shall comply with the performance standards herein. So if the application is approved, a permit for the structure will be required to make it suitable for residential use, and it will need an approved septic system installed before a certificate of occupancy can be issued. 3, the proposed use shall be sited, oriented, and landscaped, so the relationship of its buildings and grounds to adjacent buildings and properties does not impair health, safety, or comfort, nor adversely affect values of adjacent properties. So, this accessory apartment will be in a new structure on the property. It's heavily covered by woodland, and just like the existing dwelling, it's not easily seen from outside the woodland. It will get its meet residential code and get septic approval. It does not appear to have an adverse effect on adjacent properties. Dan Sheets, the county surveyor, has requested that his department receive an updated site plan to the one they have on file, showing the location of the proposed new structure and septic along with elevations, which will promote the objectives of the ordinance and be consistent with the comprehensive plan. And the 2012 comprehensive plan land use goal 2 says to promote the development of residential areas with high quality housing in a variety of types, styles, and densities. The use of accessory apartments subject to board approval supports this goal. It also avoids chopping up farmland and helps stay that off by avoiding putting a unit in a new area. So consequently, as long as there's reason to believe the septic system will be able to be placed, I'll check these emails here in just a moment, then staff would recommend the approval of the special exception request with, of course, the conditions that it must meet residential building code and receive health department approval for septic. If that isn't met, then we want to make an expiration date on any approval. So let me just check. I see Dan's email requesting. Okay, it looks like maybe the septic is resolved. It looks like Nash sent an email November 8th stating that it looks like they will be able to add onto the trench system. They'll need 70 foot of pipe additional. They'll need to increase their tank capacity to 1,500 gallons to get a 5-bedroom equivalent. And the soil absorption field will need to increase to 1,667 square foot, which is a significant increase, but as long as the petitioners are able to make that work, then they will be able to serve the accessory apartment with the septic. I do not see an update from Dan that he received anything. I just saw it says we need the existing site plan.
He did send.
Did he?
He did send something through
Let
that
me just make
said-
sure I'm not. Here, let me hand you the file. I'll let you guys start talking. We'll update you if we find that. I don't think there's any reason before you get to a motion to,
All right, is the petitioner here and would like to speak on their behalf? Please come to the podium.
Yeah, it's a small, like 1,000 square foot house. We'll share the same driveway. The little home will look almost identical to our home. Septic, we worked that out with the septic installer. He can add on, I think our plan would be to add an extra tank and just tie in.
it says please show on the site plan the new structure.
The drainage,
And I need
we're doing some stuff with that. We're actually gonna dig a pond out there. I talked to Dan. We didn't need anything for that, so,
So,
really do a lot. We bring in a dozer, do a lot of grading, kind of make our little island out there.
Okay. Good. Very good.
This appears to be a site plan.
Does anybody else want to speak on this case while you're?
So we're not 100% sure. We think that, we see where Dan communicated to send something. We've got a copy of a drainage waiver form and a site plan that seems to be drawn in. I think my advice would be, since there's a question, that if you make an approval, I would just make it subject to, being sure that the drainage board is satisfied, and then maybe put a back-end time date on it just in case something
Wouldn't
doesn't
they
work
have to get
out.
drainage board approval before they get their building permit anyway?
Not typically, unless it's a business. It typically goes for a tile waiver review, unless there's a condition already there by
Well, we
drainage
have to
board, site plan to determine compliance, so.
He sent us, I'm not sure if it's an email or not, but the
Yeah.
house just has to be the same height as our existing house. And
Okay.
That's what we have to bring it up to.
Okay,
That'll make the,
perfect.
So we got 2 conditions.
So yeah, we.
Accessory structure must meet residential building code, and we have approval from the health department. Is that right?
So we have the approval. We.
But we
the-
need
yeah.
subject to drainage board approval.
The drainage board.
I know.
Yeah, we probably still need to have subject to drainage board
Yeah.
approval.
But we have the health.
We have the health
The septic
department.
is,
Yes.
it's,
Yeah.
so we can cross that out, right?
So
Okay. So we got two conditions.
Yep.
All right. I'm ready.
What do you guys think?
I would agree. Since the health department's good, I would just do subject to the drainage board.
Do we want to put a time limit on that? Do we need to? I would-
This is all he sent.
It's just the DB.
I would say,
Okay with it?
I don't know.
we could go from a year. And
Yeah.
I mean, that's easily attainable.
I would
Is-
say so.
Let's put that in.
Does that meet you guys' plans for construction?
What's your,
Just start construction within a year?
Yes.
okay,
Okay.
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 That's what,
Because once they pull their building permit, then that holds their approval unless they allow it to expire. So as long as they've started construction within a year, I think we're good.
okay. And then, so we've got, do we need to put in our conditions, the septic?
They're not
They
gonna be able to
have
get a
to-
building permit without it.
Without the.
So I'm
so
really
we're
not,
good.
yeah, I'm
Okay.
not worried about accidentally going around somebody there because, I mean, our main concern is we don't want to accidentally approve something that can't,
Yep.
isn't possible, you
Yep.
know, but,
So they've got to, yeah, so they'll get their building permit.
yeah. And if
then
if
have to
there's some hang up, I
make
mean, they're
their-
not gonna get the permit without the septic approval, so if there's
Okay.
some hang up, it'll expire.
This is
But-
the email that that Bill was talking about.
With the drainage
And it has that,
waiver.
and it has that, and it has that. That's what all Dan sent. So
Okay.
that's where he's showing that.
The finished floor,
And it has to be the same as the current house,
okay.
the existing house.
So Dan definitely got the site plan.
Well,
So-
yeah, so it sounds like he's already, that they can just require that
That's what
But
I
the-
take it as.
the,
Which that has to happen anyway,
apartment has to be the
Yeah.
same, has to be at least as high.
and they don't need to add that as a condition because every permit, unless it's something like an electrical, goes automatically internally through the surveyor's office, and if it's a house, our ordinance states the surveyor custom sets every residence's floor
Okay.
level. So, they do an inspection on a stake on the site and then
We don't
they'll,
need it then.
no, it's
So no, conditions are needed, it sounds like.
just yeah, I guess in that case, yeah,
Yeah,
good.
there's no conditions needed.
Yep, you're good.
No conditions needed.
Yep.
Wow.
Alright,
makes it
I'll
easier.
entertain a motion.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve application CC 2024-01249, docket 2724 SE, according to the findings of the staff report, which are incorporated in the motion by reference.
I'll second.
So Chester moved and Grant seconded, roll call when you're ready.
Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Grant Muller,
Yes.
Stacy Pettigo,
Yes.
Chester Bankus.
Yep.
Passes. You guys are free to go and
It's terribly located.
have a good evening. All right, let's go on to the next one. Keep moving here. This is application CC 2024 dash 01254, docket number 28 dash 24 dash SC. It's a petition of Michael Sexton, asking for a special exception to allow an accessory apartment structure. Can you take us through the staff report, please?
Can. So this location's 1437 North State Road 29, actually a Michigan Town address. And it's another special exception request for an accessory apartment in an accessory structure, zoned agriculturally, as is everything around it. So this is a single 1.58 acre building lot, which is comprised of 2 tax parcels in common ownership. It sits between 100 North and 200 North on the east side of State Road 29 in Section 35 of Michigan Township. It does have a house on it already, and then an accessory structure, which was previously legal nonconforming. It was an office for Shoup Family LLC as a contractor's business. And they're wanting to convert that office over into being an accessory apartment. But in order to have both items on the building lot on that petition site, the BZA special exception approval is required. The structure does have an address from the business, however, we do not grant addresses to accessory apartments because they are not permitted to be separated from the house. They have to stay in common ownership, so that address will be revoked, should the application be approved. as it's no longer a business. The primary dwelling, they have to stay in common ownership, you can't split it. And that lack of an address also makes it less likely that we end up with an illegal split down the road because something happened and someone didn't pay attention, and then we end up having to cite a buyer who was innocent in the whole process. So in terms of analysis, this is going to sound real similar to the last one. The first finding is that the proposed use conforms to the district provisions in which it will be located and all the general regulations of the ordinance. So there's 8 supplemental standards specific to accessory apartments. First, there can only be a maximum of 1 accessory apartment. That standard would clearly be met. 2, it must be clearly secondary and incidental to the principal dwelling unit. It's clearly smaller and secondary to the house. 3, it must either be in a detached structure or attached and within the principal dwelling unit. That's also met. 4, that the owner of the property must reside in either the principal dwelling unit or the accessory apartment. So the applicant, on behalf of the owner, has been informed that the property owner must reside in one of the 2 units. It is unclear to staff if the owner currently resides in the primary dwelling or not. There have been some questions about splitting this, which can't be done by this approval. That would have to be done by a lot size variance and then a subdivision in order to divide these 2 tax parcels into 2 separate building lots. So staff thinks there probably needs to be some further discussion clarifying the owner's intention and making sure we're not creating a violation that we're going to end up chasing with buyers, and making sure that the owner understands he has no choice, he must reside in one of these 2 units, and as soon as he doesn't, it's no longer an accessory apartment, it can only just be an extra garage or office or whatever. It can't be sold separately or separated, but sometimes you sell these in combination and we see some added value when you're selling an accessory apartment with a house. So if the owner's plan is to sell them both to somebody who's going to follow those conditions, like that would be acceptable. You just can't have 2 rental units. So there can be no exterior stairways to an upper level. There's none. The next one is the same one about interior access. If it's in the same building, that's not applicable. All county building code and health department standards have to be met. So the applicant, on behalf of the property owner, does understand that the structure must meet current residential codes, as well as have a septic approval from the health department. And I'm going to summarize all of this on the septic. I believe we heard from Rodney today that there is a permitted septic there that will be suitable for reuse. So we do at this point now know, this was something that's kind of hanging on this case, that there is a septic that will be able to continue to serve this as an apartment that previously served it as a business. Finally, is there enough parking provided? And there is space for 2 off-street parking spots for both the house and the apartment. We'll note there's 2 accesses from North State Road 29, and when we checked with NDOT, NDOT did note that both units can be serviced from 1 drive, and should be, and one of these 2 drives is not legal. NDOT did note they're not going to force the removal of the second access right now, but they strongly noted that they can cut that off at any time they would like, and they would like it to be 1 access, not 2 in that location for 2 shared units in common ownership. So that feedback was passed on, but they did stop short of requiring it at this time. They just wanted to make it clear. Your next finding is the proposed use shall not involve an element or cause a condition that may be dangerous, injurious, or noxious to another properties or persons, and shall comply with the performance standards herein. So the health department has no objections. They've now verified that there's a sufficient septic system for the proposed unit that was installed in 1994. So it would appear this finding is now met. The third one is the proposed use shall be sited, oriented, and landscaped, so the relationship of its buildings and grounds to adjacent buildings and properties do not impair health, safety, or comfort, nor adversely affect values of adjacent properties. And the apartment is located on an attractively maintained property. It's mostly surrounded by farm ground, but there's a good distance between it and other homes. The accessory structure has been there since 1980, according to the tax card on Beacon, and to staff's knowledge, there's never been any complaints about the way the property is kept. The appearance should remain the same since it's just the interior use that's changing. In fact, I'd anticipate less traffic than a business with an accessory apartment. And we wouldn't anticipate that an accessory apartment would have an adverse effect on adjacent properties' values. For the proposed use shall produce a total environmental effect consistent with and not harmful to the environment of the neighborhood. And the proposed accessory apartment, if approved, will be an accessory structure that's already been there. It wouldn't seem to change much about what's happening around it. Next, that vehicular access shall be organized and parking as well to minimize conflicting traffic movement on adjacent streets. So other than the NDOT's noting that we've got an illegal access that is a problem for them, there's no concerns about space for parking on the site. And finally, that the proposed use promotes the objectives of the ordinance and is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And the 2012 Comprehensive Plan Land Use Goal 2 says to promote the development of residential areas with high-quality housing in a variety of types, styles, and densities, and accessory apartments do support that goal. So, assuming that the finding is that the owner is committed to living in one of these, then, and if not, I would note that staff doesn't have any objection to residential units here. It just needs to follow a different process of lot size variances and subdivisions in order to be sold separately, or some kind of multifamily apartments if it's gonna both be rental units. So it's not so much that staff has an issue with 2 residential units here as that it just simply isn't the correct vehicle for an approval if the owner's not moving to live on this site. Because we'll just end up tagging it and revoking the approval and it'll be a mess. So anyway, assuming that that finding is met, everything else seems to clearly be in line. And so in that case, staff would recommend to approve the special exception request with the conditions that the accessory apartment must meet all residential building codes. Septic approval must be obtained, which we've now got, but they'll assert that by sending us the continued use letter when we get to the permit. And then finally, just to make it super clear, that NDOT may decide to pursue further removal of the second driveway. And if they request its removal, the applicant must remove it. There's no giving of any impression that it's legal, in looking at the arrangement. These two officially need to share a single driveway. And then other than that, it was just that concern about understanding what the goal is for this property and making sure that's in line with the application. So that's all staff has.
Thank you. Does the petitioner have anything that they'd like to add to the staff report or have any comments?
No, she made it
Can
very
you-
clear.
Okay, cool. Does anybody else have anything to say on this petition?
I'd say it's pretty straightforward.
So you're planning on the petitioner is going to, petitioner is gonna live at the residence or one of the 2 residents?
Yes, the goal is to, we're remodeling the main residence right now. He's gonna move into that. And once we're done with that, we remodel the office into a apartment,
An apartment,
2-bedroom.
okay. Okay, okay. I mean,
Yeah, and the apartment can be rented to anyone. That's not
That's-
there's no
that's-
restrictions
yeah,
on
there's no
who's in the
restrictions. Yep.
apartment. So, if Jenny wanted to, he could move into the apartment and do the other. But yeah, the second unit has no restrictions. It's just that one has to be.
yeah, but I mean, that, we've had that before where
We have.
we've had to split accessory apartments, not.
We have had some that have come back and later done a subdivision and realized they wanted to be
Well,
separated.
they just wanted to sell one
Yeah.
of the,
Yeah.
one or the other, and that just is the process that happens.
Well, I mean, we did tell you could apply for a lot size variance and a subdivision, that you cannot split this with this approval.
Yeah,
You have to come back if you want to do something different with it. So,
And it'd be a pretty small lot,
yeah, that's the main concern staff has is, will there be enough? Space.
Unless you can buy some
So-
additional ground.
But that would be examined if there was, I mean, we don't have an application for a lot size variance to,
The question was, it's already 2 separate lots, and it's been owned by 2 separate people at times, and different addresses.
so it is
So that
2
the-
separate tax parcels. It is 1 building lot. If it was separately owned in 1993, when the ordinance was adopted, it would have been a legal non-conforming lot size for the one that is less than 1 acre. But the ordinance says as soon as something becomes conforming, i.e. comes into common ownership, it cannot then be redivided
Divided.
without having to go through the same process any other parcel would have to have had to go through. So as soon as this came into common ownership, frankly, the first time, it was then illegal to be split, and had it been caught, neither side should have been permitted to have any permits or further action. Regardless of whether it was in common ownership or not in the past, it is now. So it's currently conforming with all ordinance regulations. It cannot be divided without getting a variance, and if there's any question on that, staff would ask that the BZA just clearly add a condition that these cannot be separated without coming through and getting a lot size variance and subdividing according to the ordinance. There's no impression given that an illegal action can occur by giving an accessory apartment approval.
Yeah, because it's two separate tax parcels, correct?
But a single
But
building
it's a
lot.
single
Yep.
building lot.
A building lot can be a combination of tax parcels. We see this a lot in like Circleville and Hillisburg. You'll see up to sometimes 4 or 6 tiny little old platted lots, but they're all a fraction of an acre. And combined together, they're big enough that somebody's got one house on it, but they can't sell off part of it because they don't have
Because
enough.
they don't have enough, because they would have.
They don't have a full acre,
Yeah,
you know?
have to ask
Now,
for it.
sometimes if someone can prove septic capacity, they can get a lot size variance, but then that has to be heard case by case to make sure it's gonna work.
Yeah. Okay. It's up to you. You ready to?
Yep, let's
Okay.
go for it.
Okay.
Let's move forward.
Just know the consequences. If we want to split it up, it's going to be just a couple more meetings, a meeting
Yep.
here and a meeting at area plan at
Yep.
least to replat it, so.
And staff doesn't have any objection to
No,
that,
they
as
don't.
long as there's room and it can get its lot size variance. It's not that, I mean, there's 2 units here. So it, there's 2 buildings. It doesn't not make sense. It just has to have the appropriate request.
Cool.
Okay, so no conditions? Is that right?
And then the address.
The address, so that,
Wait a minute.
I thought there were conditions,
Here.
but let me see.
Well, there were 3 listed, but
Yeah.
one was the NDOT may decide to pursue in the future, but,
That's not in our jurisdiction.
right.
Yeah.
Septic approval, and that's already been
That's done.
approved.
Yep.
Okay.
Residential building code, because it is a conversion from,
Yeah, so we should have that one.
so it may need additional, there may be additional work sometimes with conversions. They weren't built to residential code or not current residential code.
Okay,
That'd be the only one. Okay.
okay, so I'm ready, if you guys are ready?
Are you
right.
ready? Yep.
Okay, so now the staff report says, has a little bit different number on it, but I think we're going with the agenda because it looks like it lines up better. So the docket number should really be 2824 SE.
Yep.
from what I see.
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
so I make a motion to approve application number CC 2024-01254, docket 28-24-SE. According to the findings of the staff report, which were incorporated in the motion by reference with the condition that the accessory structure must meet all residential building code.
I'll second.
Okay, Chester moved and Grant seconded. Roll call vote when you're ready.
Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Brent Mueller,
Yes.
Stacy Pettigo,
Yes.
Chester Benkus.
Yes,
So it's 4-0. So you can go ahead and get your info in and get it to us to start the permitting process.
Awesome, thank you. Is everybody all right?
Oh, yeah.
Need a recess, or are we gonna keep going through?
go on, keep going.
All right, cool. All right, let's go to the next one. Application, number CC, dash 2024 dash 01259, docket number 29 dash 24 dash SC. It is a petition of Skylar Van Meter asking for a special exception for a roadside stand. Can you take us through the staff report, please?
I can. This is up on State Road 26, near Forest, Indiana, and it's zoned agriculturally, as is everything surrounding it. The site consists of almost 7 acres on the south side of 26 between 1000 East and the Howard County line. It's in Section 28 of Forest Township. There's an existing home and 3 accessory structures on the site. The petitioner already sells eggs off-site that are produced on the site, but now would like to be able to sell them on-site as well. Given that the product is produced on the petition site, the category that this request best fits in is a roadside stand. But since the petitioner wants to sell eggs from the site year-round, not just seasonally, a temporary stand would be a permitted use, that bounces it to being a special exception from the BZA. There's a map there that just kind of shows you, there's not a whole lot near this, it's mostly field. And there's a picture here, looking at the property, you can see the chickens, they're fenced in between the two accessory structures. In terms of a request analysis, and there's a series of findings that at this point are going to be sounding pretty familiar. The first, the proposed use conforms to the district provisions in which it will be located and all general regulations of the ordinance. So permanent roadside stands are use 1.09 on Table A. They are a special exception in the agricultural district. There are 4 supplemental development standards for roadside stands in Section 528 of the Unified Development Ordinance, and they all do appear to be met. Specifically, they are that the stand must be accessory to a principal agricultural use and there to display and sell primarily the products of a fruit and vegetable nature grown or produced by the operator. So we feel the standard is met, although the product is being produced is not fruits or vegetables. The production and sales of eggs on site is similarly agricultural, and it does not say only. So it seems to fit best in this category. We don't have a specific category for eggs. So, 2, there shall be not more than 1 such stand per lot, and it must be at least 10 foot from a road or public right-of-way. And if it's using, if it needs a permit or is subject to setbacks, it has to comply with those as well. So staff's understanding is there's only 1 stand being proposed, and the existing structures are being used in conjunction with the production of the proposed product, in this case chickens and eggs. If new structures are needed in the future, then she will contact our office for permitting requirements and setbacks and understands that. There has to be a minimum of 1,000 square foot provided for off-street parking. So this site has over 6 acres. There does appear to be plenty of room to provide off-street parking. It's not anticipated that this is going to actually, in reality, end up having a whole bunch of people parked here. And then signs shall be permanent in appearance and kept in a state of good repair. They can't be more than 32 square foot, and they can only identify the roadside stand and the products it has for sale from the site. So currently, there's no signage that staff's aware of. If the application's approved and the petitioner later wants to put a sign, then as long as they're meeting these standards, they'll be able to go through that permitting process. The next finding is that the proposed use shall not involve an element or cause a condition that may be dangerous, injurious, or noxious to other property or people, and shall comply with the performance standards herein. So the health department has no objections to the request, and this is already an agricultural area, so there's no issue with the chickens being there. It's just a matter of the eggs being sold on site versus off site. It doesn't seem like it would create an element that's not already present without causing complaints. 3, the proposed use shall be sited, oriented, and landscaped so the relationships of its buildings and grounds to adjacent buildings and properties does not impair health, safety, or comfort, or adversely affect values of adjacent properties. So this is mostly farm ground. It's in the agricultural district. To staff's knowledge, there's been no complaints about the chickens, but even if there were, they are kept in a permitted manner. 4, the proposed use shall produce a total environmental effect which is consistent with and not harmful to the environment of the neighborhood. So these eggs are already legally produced on the site and legally being sold off-site. She delivers them directly to her customers. Raising chickens is a permitted use in the ag area as long as they're being kept in a way that meets setbacks, which this does, so this standard would appear to be met. 5, the proposed use shall organize vehicular access and parking to minimize conflicting traffic movement on adjacent streets. So with 6 acres, there's plenty of area for the required spaces for a roadside stand. The ordinance requires, once you get into the nitty-gritty of it, 3 spaces for every 1,000 square foot of gross floor area within the stand. So if we most generously interpret this to include the area the chickens are in, we get about 2,300 square foot, so at most 6 spaces. But it's likely that not that entire area would be used for the collection and sale of eggs. Some of it's just animal confinement, so that's just a worst case scenario to illustrate there's no concerns. When this request was forwarded to NDOT for input, the response was they had no concerns unless they were going to alter the access. If the petitioner does wish to alter the road access at some point, they will need to contact NDOT for plan review, approval, and permitting, but the standards appear to be met. Finally, the proposed use shall promote the objectives of the ordinance and be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Economic Development Goal 1, Objective 4 of the comprehensive plan states to promote home-based businesses to grow our own new businesses in Clinton County. Additionally, Land Use Goal 1, Objective 2 states to encourage agribusiness, agritourism, farm-based business, and agricultural support industries in agricultural areas. Most of Forest Township's land use is designated agricultural with the exception of the town of Forest. So allowing an ag use for the sale of eggs produced on site year-round so someone can expand their egg selling business seems to directly promote both those objectives. Consequently, staff does recommend approval of the special exception with the following conditions. The petitioner, if they're conducting any of their business inside structures, whether new or existing, they're going to have to meet state and local building codes and requirements. 2, that the petitioner understands the approval is only for the proposed egg selling business, although fruits and veggies can also be sold at the stand, but they can't expand their product sales to things produced off-site or other types of products. And the approval, staff would recommend the approval be limited to this property owner at this site and not transfer to future property owners without returning to the BZA.
Very good. Does a petitioner here and have anything to add? Okay. So she has the,
Yep.
okay, good. So she's sort of.
Purdue Egg Board, if you sell eggs, you have to
Have to have a
have,
certification.
it's a specific certification with the state that you are keeping your eggs at the appropriate temperature and following health codes.
I don't see any issue. If she's got that.
Yeah, I don't see anything that would, I think it is probably best that we do, limit the, approval to not transfer with the future sale. That's,
Yeah,
you know,
I would agree.
yeah. So,
So make a motion with the,
Now, do we need to include the sign stuff, the sign, or is that just part of another?
You're talking about the sign?
They're talking about the sign.
Yeah.
That would be a
It's
separate.
just, they're permitted to have it if they want, so, and they haven't asked for a variance of any
Okay,
kind from
okay.
it, so, yeah, you don't need
So
to
we don't-
include you can probably just do the conditions as written in the staff report on this one. The sign, will take care of itself, as long as they follow the standards, they can just
Excellent.
get the necessary permitting
That's fine. with me.
administratively.
I'm ready to go.
go ahead, Chester, keep going.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve application number CC 2024-01259, docket 29-24-SE, according to the findings of the staff report, which are incorporated in motion by reference with the conditions that if the petitioner will be conducting any business with customers inside of any structures, whether they are new or existing, the structures must meet state and local building codes and requirements. 2, that petitioner understands the approval is only for a proposed egg selling business and not for any expanded product sales or sales of agricultural goods produced off-site. And 3, the approval is limited to the property owner at the site and does not transfer to future property owners without returning to the BZA.
I'll second.
Chester moved, Grant seconded, roll call when you're ready, staff.
Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Grant Moeller,
Yes.
Stacy Pettigo,
Yes.
Chester Bankus.
Yes.
All right. 4-0, and then if you end up, when you decide if you're modifying a structure, if you're, if you're gonna do anything where people are coming inside, just reach back out to us. Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This one looks,
Are we ready to go on?
yeah.
All right, let's keep trudging forward. Application number CC 2024-01290, docket number 30-24-VA. It's a petition of Gregory and Elaine Height. They're asking for a variance to construct an additional, or construct an addition onto an existing dwelling. Can you take us through the staff report, please?
Yes, so this is in Rossville, within the town. It's at 49 Meadow Court. And since this is the first variance of the evening, I'll make a note for those in the audience. Well, a special exception is about a use that may or may not be appropriate. A variance is basically, in really simple English, permission to disobey the rules. So it tends to be somebody needing to have a different setback, or maybe a taller height, or maybe the rule says something has to be purple and someone wants it orange. But whatever that is, it has to be a standard, and they're asking to do something different than the standard. And the BZA is the pressure release valve to determine if there's a reason why that needs to happen or not. So with that said, Just so everyone out there can kind of track along. This is a request specifically for a setback variance to sit 16 foot from the West Ramey Street road right-of-way instead of the required 20-foot setback. So it's a request for a 4-foot variance from the standard. This property is zoned a medium-density residential, as is everything surrounding it. It's kind of in that newer, relatively speaking, neighborhood in Rossville there on the west side of town. So this is on the south side of Meadow Court in section 23 of Ross Township. It's lot 98 in the Sunset Meadows platted addition. The petitioners would like to construct an addition on the existing dwelling to serve as a downstairs master bedroom instead of continuing to utilize an existing bedroom upstairs for that purpose. The ordinance requires a 20-foot setback from the road right-of-way in the town of Rossville for primary structures. But since the room addition is being attached to the primary structure, this is subject to the same setbacks as the actual houses, and it's a corner lot, so you have this unique situation where two sides go towards roads and have the bigger setback, whereas side and rear setbacks are actually smaller distances that are easier for homes to meet. So, as noted before, this is all one zoning district. There's some pictures here on the second page. You can see the house and the direction that they're hoping to put the addition on. And then you can see the aerial there that kind of shows you how everything is arranged, and how tight the space is on this particular lot. So with variances, there's only 3 findings that have to be met in order to grant them. First, that the approval will not be injurious to public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. So this is on a corner lot of a cul-de-sac, and Ramey Street seems to have more traffic than Meadow Court does. The traffic flow for Ramey is north and southbound. Meadow Court is east and west. It serves about 9 residences within the cul-de-sac. So traffic that would be exiting Meadow Court would be the most affected by a room addition just because of, this way the site angles would go. But given the angle of the existing house and the fact that we're only talking about 4 feet, not being right up against the right-of-way, and the low amount of traffic that's exiting, it does not appear that if a variance is granted, any injurious condition or harm would be created, and it is clear of the clear sight triangles that are needed to be able to see down the road both ways. The town of Rossville has expressed that the proposed room addition does not create an issue for them, and they support it. The second finding is that the use and value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. So this is all residential area. The addition is for a downstairs master bedroom. Doesn't appear that this project as proposed would have any adverse effect on neighboring properties since the use is not changing. And 3, the strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance will result in practical difficulties in the use of the property. So if the request is denied, the petitioners really don't have another practical side of the house to put a room addition on. You can see on the flyover, they've got the same setback going toward the other road, and the house is significantly closer to the other 2 property lines. So they would end up back for a variance on those sides as well. So since the petitioners they're heading toward their senior years, they really would like to have a master that's safer to access on the main floor of the home. The corner lot also produces a practical difficulty because they don't have an additional side yard. If this same situation was occurring in one of the other lots in the subdivision that wasn't on a corner, no variance would be needed. It would more than amply meet a side yard setback. So consequently, staff would recommend to approve the variance, finding that all findings are met in this case.
Thank you, Liz. Is a petitioner here and have anything to add? Okay, awesome. Does anybody else want to speak on this case?
I'll make a motion.
I just have one observation, that they should understand that if they have covenants or a homeowners association that has to give approval for, this doesn't take that place of that.
Actually, we have had another home in this same addition. It's been about a year or so ago. I did reach out to because there was something in there. I reached out to that original developer, and he said that once his parents and their family had finished the addition, they turned it all over to Rossville to enforce. So anything that would be enforced would have to, so the developer wouldn't have to.
Well, but you may have a homeowners association.
Yeah.
If the
But I don't
homeowners
think
association,
he said they never,
I don't think.
well, I mean,
yeah.
my point is this doesn't replace your covenants or any restrictions you have.
Correct. There is no,
Oh, and that very well may be true.
All right. I'll make
Does anybody have anything else that they want to say? Hope you're just moving. You're faking me out.
Is the room feeling kind of lonely and
All right,
empty?
go for it, Grant.
In the middle of that.
So I will make a motion to approve application CC-2024-01290, docket number 30-24-VA, according to the findings of the staff report, which were incorporated in the motion by reference.
Second.
Chester seconded, Grant moved. Roll call vote when you're ready.
All right, Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Grant Muller,
Yes.
Stacy Pedigo,
Yes.
Chester Bankus.
Yes.
Okay, 4-0, so you'll be able to move on to your permitting stage.
Thanks. You guys are free to go. Anybody need a break yet?
We
Yeah.
appreciate you checking, though. This is about the time that the rest of the people on this docket are regretting that they didn't contact us and get their applications in sooner, so they're at the top of the list.
All right, let's move on. Application CC dash 2024-01296, docket number 31-24-SC. It's a petition of the Towers LLC, Vertical Bridge. They are requesting a special exception to allow construction of a permanent cell tower. Take us through the staff report, please.
Yeah, as you stated, this is a special exception request for a communication tower, use 13.05 on Table A. This property and everything surrounding it are all zoned agriculturally. The area that's being proposed to be leased by the Towers LLC is a 10,000 square foot, so roughly a quarter acre out of a 13.15 acre parcel. It is not being sold, so there's no divisions or splits occurring. The site is on the south side of East State Road 26 between 500 East and State Road 29. It's in Section 27 of Warren Township. The petitioner would like to construct a communication tower. They are placing, in terms of screening in this case, a 6-foot tall wooden privacy fence to obscure the view of the ground equipment and to prevent access. Communication towers are a special exception use in the agricultural zoning district, and there are some standards they have to meet in Unified Development Ordinance 508. This site does have a neighboring home to the northwest and another to the northeast, although they're a little ways away. The leasing property owner's home is directly north and on the same parcel as well. In order to approve the request, the Board of Zoning Appeals has to find that the standards contained in Section 203.11 of the ordinance are met. First, that the proposed use conforms to the district provisions in which it will be located and all the general regulations of the ordinance. So communication towers are a special exception use in the A1 district. There are some standards as previously noted. There is another tower, a little over, it's over a quarter mile, almost 0.6 of a mile from the site. And per the ordinance, we did initially, we've been talking to them for a while, we did require them to look into that tower to see if they could co-locate, because our ordinance generally says if you can co-locate and you're within that distance, then that's what needs to happen. However, the nearest tower is not a communications tower, it's an FM radio tower. It was built nearly 34 years ago. It used to belong to a local radio station, but has since been sold to an owner, I believe, in Illinois. But it is not structurally capable of adding anything to. It actually, this took them a long time because no plans could initially be located for that tower. It was so old. But its design and style is such that it would structurally fail if they added the cellular equipment to it. So consequently, they were permitted to bring their request to the board. The new tower, as required by the ordinance, will be designed to accommodate up to 4 cellular carriers, so that there'll be no need of further towers in the area moving forward. The first one will be Verizon. There's a couple other items that staff noted as we compared the standards in the ordinance. The ordinance does require the tower blend in the surrounding environment through the use of color camouflaging treatment. Like other tower cases, we usually ask the BZA to to determine whether or not galvanized steel meets that standard, because we don't really have something clear that you're matching, in our community. It certainly isn't being painted anything that would stand out or be bright. The tower is short enough, it will not have artificial lighting unless it's required by the FAA. If it is required to be lit, it must be red at night per the lighting ordinance in the county. It cannot be white. The screening standard is met with the 6-foot tall privacy fencing. And the company will be required to post a demolition bond, and that does remain in place for the life of the tower. We hold those for any towers that have been built since the ordinance, so that if one is abandoned, the county can go in and remove it, and it doesn't just sit there and be an eyesore. So the second finding is that the proposed use shall not involve an element or cause a condition that may be dangerous, injurious, or noxious to other properties or people, and shall comply with the performance standards herein. The health department states they have no objection to the use. There's farm ground all around. The tower will not have white lighting. It probably won't have any lighting, given its height. There does not appear to be a dangerous or noxious condition being created. The proposed use shall be sited, oriented, and landscaped so the relationship of its buildings and grounds to adjacent buildings and properties does not impair health, safety, or comfort, nor adversely affect values of adjacent properties. So this site has over 380 foot from the middle of the tower to the north property line. It'll have a 6-foot wooden privacy fence for screening. There's no evidence it would negatively affect property values. Cell towers are, at this point, sort of a necessary reality for being able to use cell phones. And don't usually create a problem as long as they're not right on top of something. In this case, the house they're right on top of is owned by the leasee, so that's covered by them in the lease if there's an issue there. So next is that the proposed use shall produce a total environmental effect consistent with and not harmful to the environment of the neighborhood. So assuming the tower is determined to be painted an appropriate color, there does not appear to be a conflict with the rural nature of the neighborhood. 5, the proposed use shall organize vehicular access and parking to minimize conflicting traffic movement on adjacent streets. So a tower doesn't have to provide any parking on site unless there's employees at the site. Since this is just a tower site and there's a very long drive provided, there's not any concerns even about a maintenance vehicle or something to be able to get in there and not be on 26. When this was forwarded to NDOT, initially they responded that the drive could not be used for the cell tower because they felt it was illegal. However, the representative for the petitioners said that they're working with NDOT in the matter. The property owner stated that NDOT put in the culvert and drive, and there's an agreement. Last we were aware, the property owner was trying to locate that agreement, and NDOT was waiting to see if it could be produced. At the time the staff report was written, no final determination had been made. So if NDOT does not find an agreement, then one drive on the property will have to be removed, and then the other will have to be reconstructed with concrete or asphalt to NDOT's satisfaction in order to be allowed to serve the new use as well as the house. NDOT did not state that the use couldn't be there, just that there's going to be a higher set of standards. So, and then finally, the proposed use shall promote the objectives of the ordinance and be consistent with the comprehensive plan. So Economic Development Goal 2, Objective 7 of the 2012 Comprehensive Plan states to expand technologies in Clinton County. And Action Step 4 under the objective states to encourage the expansion of cell phone coverage and Wi-Fi areas. And I will note, as a staff member, everything out east, there's a lot of dead zones out there where it's very difficult to get a signal. So we know that that's a need in our community. So approving additional towers that expand coverage in appropriate locations clearly falls under meeting that objective. Consequently, staff would recommend approval of the communication tower with clarification as far as if the galvanized treatment will be considered as meeting the standard of blending into the environment, and with the note that any driveways do need to comply with NDOT's requirements.
Very good. Thank you. Does the petitioner here have anything to add?
Jason Riggs, just to touch on a few of the questions by staff, who's been awesome to work with. As far as the galvanized steel, it's similar in nature to a utility pole or a grain bin, so it kind of fits the area. As far as the NDOT, we have been working consistently with them. Either way it goes, there's 2 driveways. If they say, even though they installed them and did the asphalt and the culvert on both of them, either way it goes, we'll have access. And Kirk Long's here, and the owner of the property who could address it if need be, but we're willing to work with NDOT, continuously try to one way or another. Other than that, staff's pretty much hit everything, so if you have any questions for me, I'll be more than happy.
Okay. All right, thank you. Does anybody else have anything to add to this case?
I have a question, how tall is the tower?
Hang on, you may be able to answer that faster than me, actually. I was gonna look it up because we have all the engineering reports,
It's
but.
195 feet, but it's 199 with the lightning rod.
And if I recall correctly, 200 is the point where lighting is required, am I correct?
Yeah.
Yep, so that's why we expect it won't have lighting. Most, like, there's a tower near my house, it's like 250, which is a more standard height, but this one's not that tall.
Very good. Does that answer your question? Anything to add? Anybody else? Okay. Any discussion here, board discussion? I think you hit the nail on the head that grain bins are galvanized steel, so it fits in with the rest of the A1 district there, so.
And the person that owns the property is also the one that's gonna put it up and live with it too,
Yep.
so.
And honestly, these standards were set this way in 1993, so for those of us that are old enough to recall that, like,
Yeah.
that was when cell technology was at its beginning, and you saw a lot of desire to, like, not have it. There were still landlines, so a lot has changed, and, this is a standard that now we kind of look at and we go, well, they're all kind of one color, so.
Yep.
So the note, is that a condition about the driveways, or is that just a,
That's just a note for awareness.
Okay.
They're gonna have to have an NDOT approval in this case before they can get their permit, because they're on a state road.
so we don't have to worry about that?
Yep.
No conditions? All right, all right. All right.
You want me to go ahead, Chester?
If you want to, that's
Okay.
fine. Yep.
So I will make a motion to approve application CC 2024-01296, docket number 31-24 SE, according to the findings of the staff report, which were incorporated in the motion by reference.
I'll second.
Grant moved, Chester seconded, roll call when you're ready, staff.
All right, Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Brett Mueller,
Yes.
Stacy Fetigo,
Yes.
Chester Bankus.
Yes.
Okay, 4-0, so,
I got stand.
you guys can also move into starting to get your stuff figured out for permitting.
I'm good.
Just keep on rolling.
All right, is everybody ready? Need a break?
Just keep rolling.
Keep rolling. All right.
It's not getting better, so.
It's getting closer to the end.
Yep.
We're over halfway.
Yeah. All right, this is application number CC-2024-01311, docket number 32-24-VA. It's a petition for Georgetown Rentals LLC. They are requesting a variance to waive a standard. It has to do with the warehouse. Can you take us through the staff report, please?
Okay. All right, so this is for Georgetown Rentals LLC. This is a request for a variance to allow a warehouse use on an existing lot that's .89 of an acre and 158.26 foot in width instead of the required 2 acres and 225 foot in width. So warehouse use by definition is pretty much anything where things are being stored. There's not a storefront. And so the ordinance has some standards in general for that. This is, however, already zoned B3. Warehousing is a permitted use in the district, so it's just those standards that they're requesting. There's no question that businesses can go here as long as they can meet the standard. The property itself is zoned B3, which is roadside business. There's a business park here that was developed, I don't know, a few decades ago, maybe even now. It's been a hot minute, maybe like 2005, 2004, in that range. To the north, there's also roadside business. This is kind of a transitional area on the edge of Rossville. So you've got some low-density residential and some agricultural in the vicinity as well. And there's a map there at the bottom of this page, just try to helpfully orient you. So this is less than a quarter mile from the town of Rossville. It's on the west side of Roth Court, and Roth Court comes up off State Road 26. It sits logistically just north of State Road 26, but south of County Road 950 north, though it does not go through. So this is within the platted edition known as Roth Executive Park, Section 2. The petition site is only permitted to be used for commercial use, so residences and apartments and other things are not actually allowed to be placed here at all, irregardless of zoning district. The petitioner is proposing to build a commercial structure for the purpose of warehouse use, which is a permitted use. And there's the supplemental standards in 534.01 for warehouse uses that include those standards on lot size and frontage. And so in order to develop this, they first need a requested lot size variance from the BZA. And I believe, confirm if I'm wrong, but if I remember correctly, this warehouse is to supplement the business on the lot to the north, at least in part, which needs additional storage space. Am I remember correctly, they do, is it dog prosthetics?
Yeah, medical supplies.
Yeah, and medical supplies. So the business on the northern lot, but because this is platted in separate lots, and it is also going to have some other storage, not just supplemental, we couldn't consider it an accessory use just to that business. So that's why we couldn't look at the two lots together and go, okay, like, which I think we still wouldn't have quite been there on acreage, but we might have gotten frontage. So, so that's why that is. But I did want to note that it is related to the existing business that's already in the park. It's not primarily for, you know, what you would picture like a ConAgra or something where you've got hundreds of companies coming in. So, Section 203.12 of the ordinance specifies 3 findings that have to exist in order to grant variance to deviate from the rules. The first is that the approval will not be injurious to public health, safety, and morals and general welfare of the community. So if the request for lot size variance is approved, there will still be adequate room for the proposed structure, required parking and landscaping without needing any further variances. They can meet all their setbacks and everything else. As part of the rezoning for the petition site, the lot is served by Rossville Sewer and Water, so if that's needed, there's no concerns about needing space for a septic. So that standard appears to be met. The second standard is the use and value of the area adjacent to the property included in the variance will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. So this site is already zoned for, and per the lot's covenants, is only for the purpose of a commercial use. There's existing commercial uses on the lots to the north and the south, as well as a church to the east. There's a mix of residential and agricultural to the west, and those have coexisted since this was zoned and platted way back in the early 2000s. So it will be able to meet all of the setbacks and standards without any issue. So taking all this into consideration, if the variance request is granted, it should not adversely affect the immediate area. Staff has no reason to believe that the other 2 businesses that share frontage along that would be unable to operate because of this particular warehouse and its planned use on not having enough space. So finally, the strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance will result in practical difficulties in the use of the property. So this was rezoned in 2005. Thanks, Kat. I was guesstimating. And it became a platted lot in 2006 in the Roth Executive Park Section 2 addition, specifically for commercial use. The use that's being proposed, warehousing is a permitted use in the district. The petition site was rezoned to. It also does meet the covenants created for the addition. Typically, warehouses are very large, and that's probably what was envisioned when the ordinance was written. But in this case, we're talking about a building that does meet all the setbacks and otherwise fit with its parking without any other issues. If this request is denied, the petitioner has no means of obtaining added land for more yards since the property has already been subdivided. They're on the lot to the north, and they don't have any more room on the lot to the north to add on more space and still meet the setbacks on that lot. So they would have a practical difficulty in being able to obtain more storage space for the existing business there. So consequently, staff would recommend to approve the variance request. We did receive an objection to granting the variance from a neighboring property owner. This was sent out to board members. Did you guys get a chance to see this and read through it? Yes. Okay, so I'll just briefly summarize it for the audience and anyone listening online. So this is from Diane Little. On behalf of herself and I believe her husband, John Metz, if I've pronounced that correctly, objecting to granting any kind of variance. She said special exception, but we assume that was just a typo. It can be really confusing. But to the petition, and allowing the lot size and the frontage to be changed for a warehouse in this particular situation. They're immediately west, so you can actually see this house on that map on the front page. They sit in the A1 zoned area between the creek and north of the floodplain right there, and their drive comes down into Roth Court. When this was platted, their drive was kind of platted in with the whole thing, so I assume sometime way back in history, either there was coordination between those entities or they were somehow related to one another. But in any case, that's how it is now. So, at the time, they said this, they noted that they, hadn't seen the plans, but their objections are more general. They feel that, Roth Court is not big enough to accommodate any additional traffic, for a warehouse. They note some problems with traffic that already exist and people speeding on State Road 26. Congestion around their driveway exit, which, given how close the drive is to 26, I could certainly see how that might be. And there's kind of some details about the situations involved with traffic conflicts in that area. They have a concern with light pollution. We think this is probably from Flour Mill, and this was all permitted back in 2005, and as far as we're aware, met the ordinance in that point in time. If it's a, what'd you say?
The lights at the Flour Mill are new.
We looked back at the flyovers out of curiosity. We found those light posts. Is it on the building? Because the light posts have been there.
The lights that
since-
are there now have been there since 2022.
Okay.
Just replace to LED, so make it energy efficient.
Okay. Did they just change bulbs, or did they change the whole
I
light
think
post
just
and
the
fixture?
bulbs, like maybe a year and a half ago, somewhere in there, then they just recently, like a few months
Okay.
ago, put
2 years
photo.
ago.
So here's the thing, like,
Photo cells on it, so like night and day.
as I'll note, like at the end of this, the Flour Mill issues are a separate thing. Kat took the complaint on the lighting. We're looking into it. Knowing that there was a bulb change is helpful to understanding the situation. But it doesn't relate to this site, which, and now we have the night sky ordinance. So any current construction has to follow, they're gonna have to submit photometrics for any outside lighting. If it's more than like one bulb, that they can just tell us what the spread is. And it has to be fully shielded and not be shining off the lot lines. So they have not requested a variance from the lighting ordinance. And the Flour Mill site is not part of the hearing. So we've handled that as a complaint. There's a concern about stormwater runoff, and water moving. I will note there is a floodplain here. In fact, this site took a while to be submitted because some stuff had to be straightened out with DNR. All three of these lots, as well as the drive here, and everything on the south side, deal with floodplain issues. So there probably is water here, especially when heavy. This is all in the 100-year floodplain as it gets closer to the creek. And if there was a 200-year event, this house and everything here would probably be underwater. We haven't seen one of those in the last 100 years, so, we all go on. We don't regulate for anything more than 100-year. But there is a floodplain, so I think there probably is water at points in time. The subdivider added additional ditches to help move that out, and there's special approvals from DNR where the engineers at the state level studied this to make sure it wasn't going to obstruct flooding events, and prevent water from rising and flowing through the area. So, and then there's a concern about noise, semi-trailers and garbage trucks that wake them up. And they're present, so I'll let them speak to their own perspective. Further than that, I just wanted to make sure I presented the letter in summary and that you guys had read it. We haven't received anything else. I think that's everything staff has on that case.
Okay. Does the petitioner have anything to add?
She nailed it.
Okay.
I take it from the size of this lot, there's no intention of having loading docks or, that'd be
You guys aren't even,
impossible.
are you putting a separate drive in? Didn't think you were. No, this will actually share the driveway with the business to the north because they're actually storage space for that business, so it
No,
will,
they changed it.
oh, he just said that it was still shared. Sorry.
Yeah, not shared, it'll have access on Roth Court there.
Okay, so you are gonna come straight out off this one too?
Yeah,
Okay,
They
all
were
right.
gonna,
It's only a
share with
10,000
the
square foot
north.
building, so,
Is there gonna be parking for this new building?
they'll be a little bit behind the building,
Behind the building?
whatever's required by,
There's a minimum.
it's not retail, so I don't really see a whole lot of people utilizing
Not
it.
kidding. We're not kidding.
The county requires it.
We can't waive it. Yeah, I think it's based per,
I'd be happy not to pay a lot, and, that'd be fine with me, but.
unfortunately, you'd have to request a variance to not have any parking or to not pave the parking in a business area. I can look up a quick and dirty parking standard. I believe it's, for warehouses, it's based on how many square foot. So if you're 10,000 square foot, it's not gonna be a lot.
So my concern isn't where, if there's gonna be parking, it's where the.
And I apologize, like,
located.
Yeah,
if we
let's-
really need to be getting
yeah,
to the microphone,
let's,
because there's people that listen online, and
Yeah,
and it's the
let's,
board that probably needs to be addressed.
let's
I will
go-
look up the
yeah.
parking standard and get you a number here in a minute, but
so, you don't have anything to add. Will you please, go to the podium, state your name, and more than welcome to speak on this. And after he's done, if anybody else wants to speak on it, please.
My name's John Metz, so I'm in the adjacent house there. I guess the lighting is a whole separate issue, for at least the lighting for the flour mill. My concern with the parking is where it will be located, because if it is behind the building, and if it's similar to what does exist at the flour mill and the farmer's bank, it will light up our entire barn.
the lighting ordinance for new construction, which this is new building, new construction, there's nothing here that's legal non-conforming in any sense for the warehouse. Lighting cannot exit the property line onto the A1 district or
Okay.
travel, so they will have to design their lighting to either be shielded, be shorter, be directed, be dimmer. They'll have to supply a photometric study if there's more than one light bulb to where we can, because lumens are logarithmic, so we can't calculate that
Right,
without
right,
having
sure.
a study,
So,
so.
and again, I realize that the flour mill and the farmer's bank is a separate issue, but just as an example, the lighting that they have in their parking lot lights up our entire driveway.
So if you were to call us when this went in and say, we have light from those lights, we'd come out with, we have a light meter. You know, we can measure, we take a look. It's usually pretty obvious if light is traveling past a property line. But we actually, as part of the development plan review, do review photometrics on all new sites. So without a variance, they'll be expected to keep the light down and for the bulbs not to be visible from outside the property.
All right. I mean, our roosters already crow all night long thanks to the new
Confused.
lights that they've got next door. But my other concern is with drainage. The current drainage runs a ditch right between our properties and runs out a culvert that goes under our driveway. And currently, when there's a real heavy downpour, that ditch fills up. So whether that stays, how long that stays full in a big rain event concerns me, because if it starts to saturate the ground, our driveway going over that culvert drops right down to the ditch that drains the property in question. And then on the other side, drops right down to Campbell's Run. So,
I believe your driveway in a 100-year flood event will be entirely underwater, not because
oh, in
of
a 100-year flood, it
this,
will be,
but
sure.
you're in the floodplain, so you're definitely gonna have standing
Our
water.
driveway is, yeah.
Yeah. The house
like
is
30
higher.
feet higher.
But yeah, there's no question, water from upstream is coming down and it's coming through here. There is some
Right.
floodplain on all the Rothcourt lots as
But
well.
my point is that the ditch that drains the property in question fills to the point of ground saturation where an additional roof would cause additional runoff.
Well, they're gonna
Additional
have,
pavement would cause.
They will have to go to drainage
they're
board.
gonna have to go to drainage board, and they may have to, I mean, they're gonna
Typically, you have
have,
to put in some kind of retention.
they're
If
gonna
the
have to
board-
have some retention, I think.
If the board had a concern about that, you could certainly table it. I mean, we've done that once or twice in the past and asked someone to go to drainage board first and then return to be sure that something works.
Cause you're getting pretty
'Cause
high with your,
I mean, they're already,
surface.
they're already gonna have to go to drainage
They will.
board regardless, because it is in.
Unless the
B-
surveyor
B
finds it
zoning
meets
and-
standards. I mean, I don't want to step on their toes, but it's gonna have to go to the surveyor, and if he
At
doesn't,
least, yeah.
if he
So is
doesn't
that-
sign off, it'll go to drainage board.
Is that ditch that drains that property that exists now, is that a regulated drain?
Let me see if it's in a watershed. That's the bigger question.
The
But
Campbell,
even if it's
Campbell's
not,
would
still
be-
gonna have
he's-
jurisdiction for.
he still has the county still has jurisdiction over the drainage. So, and they're going to, they may very well require retention.
And that's a county issue, it's not a DNR issue?
That's a county issue.
So DNR has already looked at these and determined, so she was actually filling me in. When this was subdivided and then subsequently as DNR has dealt with this, there actually were additional drainage capacity created within it to allow for the construction on all the lots that DNR has looked at.
Okay.
And so there's actually drainage easements. You can't see them, but they're between all the lots and it's dug out down to handle additional water capacity. And it
Yeah,
was
it is.
designed to handle buildings on all 3 lots when that was put in, and DNR has approved that, and then approved the ground in between, you know, with that to be able to hold structures and make it work. So yeah, DNR doesn't have an issue on that side. We've got paperwork from them on the
Is
lomas.
DNR concerned with the integrity of my driveway?
No, in fact, DNR would say that you would need a permit to repair your driveway. If DNR could purely enforce what they would believe, there would be no houses, no fences, no driveways, no parking lots, no people standing within that floodplain area.
I got you.
And quite arguably, no trees, but, you know, that's natural. Purely speaking, if you look at what they're concerned about, is they're concerned that when a flood occurs, whatever the degree is, that the water flows unimpeded, so it doesn't become a dam at any point, and then cause additional damage to
Right.
property that would otherwise not have been involved upstream. And that's really all they're concerned about. So when they look at it, they would be asking, okay, can your driveway wash away? Is there a culvert? Could be a bottleneck, you know, they're not gonna be interested in protecting the drive as much as protecting the watershed.
Exactly,
So-
right. And our driveway is not in its original location. It was moved when they constructed the new bridge over Campbell's Run.
So the state
And
probably
so now
got
there's
permits.
additional water coming from the opposite direction, and I just feel like our driveway is really precarious, and we have no other way to get out of our
No.
house and onto the road.
Well, I think you should make sure that the county surveyor's office is aware of your concerns so that they can look at that when the drainage comes in to make sure that
And all
the
over here.
rapidity of runoff is addressed.
Okay, is that another hearing, or is that an administrative decision?
It depends. And to be honest, I don't have the drainage board's ordinance. It's not my ordinance, so I don't know it the way I do mine. But I know that it talks about what things the surveyor can look at and what things he has to pass on to the drainage board. And then I think even with the things he can look at, sometimes there's some discretion there if he sees something that he wants them to hear.
My suggestion
But-
is to talk to the surveyor.
Yeah.
So this
With
is
your
in a
concerns.
watershed, that's what I was
But
just
I mean, if
checking.
it's a hearing, then I would assume I'd have to be notified because we're a neighbor, but like we were with this one. But if it's an administrative decision.
Right.
I'm
It may
worried it
not
might
be.
just slide through with,
So we can
But-
give you the surveyor's office phone number and,
That's
you
what I
know,
would
my
say.
recommendation would be
Be
call and find out.
proactive
And
on
if it's
that.
not something that'll be published, then engage yourself in the process to express your concerns.
Alright.
Dan Sheets is a surveyor. I'm looking right now to try to, this, so you get cell signals,
You want
this.
his phone number?
Yeah, or I can just give you the surveyor's phone number.
I can get it off the internet.
Okay, I was gonna say it's super easy, so.
All right. That was all I had.
Okay. Does anybody have any else to
Two
add?
quick questions.
Sure.
Derek Brenneman, if you pass what's being proposed, that would ban having a storefront? Or would not be able to have a storefront?
It would just be whatever the district allowed. I would think that B3, it's roadside business where like Walmart and strip
Right.
centers are. So, you know, like Flour Mill Bakery and Farmers Bank are both legal districts in that district.
Right.
So I wouldn't think there'd be anything that would prohibit it other than the fact that parking requirements would stack. Like there would be some different measurements there. You know, so there's maybe some different standards that would tend to kick in. But
As
storefront should be,
proposed, could it be used as a storefront?
I don't think there's any restrictions on it.
Well, it depends on, so on this, it does depend on what you send to the state for a state design release, not from a zoning perspective. But if they send to the state building X, for commercial structures, they have to build exactly what gets approved by the state, or they have to send revised plans. But the state doesn't say you can or can't have X. What they say is, oh, you have a fireworks warehouse and you have an auto body shop, you have to have sprinklers. Like that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna look through code like an if-then. They're not gonna prohibit. So if they were to decide they wanted to add a storefront, as long as they could meet all standards and do it properly, there's nothing in zoning, in that zoning district that would prohibit it.
Okay, I didn't.
But it may change their parking requirements.
That's what, yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
saying.
yeah,
It
which-
may add
Yeah.
to the parking.
In other words, if right now, the parking requirements for a warehouse are very low.
A retail
A
business. is
retail
gonna have
business
higher.
has a lot higher parking
And
requirements.
they do have a small lot, so they
And
have
I
to be
don't,
able to
I
fit it
mean, if
all.
they put much of a building, they can't do retail
Fair
there.
enough. Okay. One more question, this might not be the place for it. The existing utilities from the town will be able to handle what's being proposed?
Yeah, and in fact, the town of Rossville, back when this was platted, there was an agreement made that they would serve
Okay.
this commercial development.
Okay, thank you.
So no septics.
Yep.
Steve Miller from the Rossville Presbyterian Church. Biggest question is, what size of a structure are you planning on right now?
10,000 square feet?
What is going to be the configuration? So it's just going to be a big rectangle?
Pretty much.
Is there going to be any offices in the building as of proposed right now? Is there going to be people present?
Well, I mean, it could be. Right now, it's just storage.
It's just going to be an open building with some,
That's the plan. So,
thank you.
B is my parking class, that took forever.
Anybody else have anything to,
Sir, what was your name again? I'm sorry.
Steve Miller?
Thank you.
I think so too.
I'm Mike Hufford with Rossville Presbyterian Church. As far as deliveries to your warehouse, can you tell us what that's going to entail? What
so
size trucks?
it's not gonna be nighttime. I can't imagine it being much more than what, the current businesses get. So, I mean, really, it's gonna be utilized for storage, I think. I don't really envision like a day-to-day, like moving products. It's just,
One of the concerns I had is an adequate place to turn trucks around.
and that's
Because-
what the engineers would,
Okay,
Tell
because
me if I can do it
one
or
of the
not.
issues we're having currently is trucks parking in our parking lot. They park in our parking lot while they're doing business at a couple of the other retail places.
on
And it-
Roth Court though, or
Sorry?
are they businesses on Roth Court, or are they
Yes.
just passing through possibly?
No, on
Okay,
the
and
business.
if they are, I would take it up with the owners of those businesses. I mean, that's,
Well, we've taken it up
Yeah.
personally with the people parking. But we don't wanna add to the problem because what it does is it damages our parking lot.
sure, I
We haven't
understand
found
that.
anybody volunteering to repair it, so.
I understand.
But do you foresee that being an issue?
Like I said, I mean, I don't see like day-to-day, that's not what it's
But
intended.
will it be serviced by semi-trucks, full-size tractor trailers?
Probably, yeah.
It will have to have a loading space with a turnaround on site, or it won't get approved through permitting without coming back for a variance. That,
So there will have to be a place for them to turn around.
they will have to have a way of turning a truck around on site. I've seen some creative ones, like the Dollar General in Mulberry actually uses part of their parking and they lock it off when they have a delivery and they back in, but it's all on site. Sometimes on small sites, you have to do like something where a driver does have to back. But they do have to provide a loading space and they have to provide a way to get turned around on site. The ordinance doesn't allow for your use to have off-street parking or off-street loading unless you're in the downtown B2 district, which is, your town downtown where you have wall-to-wall structures, so there is nowhere to go except the alley or the street. But for everyone else, they're gonna have to provide that or come for a variance. And I can't speak for the board, but as staff, I wouldn't be supportive of
No, it's.
setting up something where semi-trucks are on roads as a means of turning around. It needs to be on site, for exactly the reasons you're mentioning. So, and I definitely would advise you, if you're having trouble with a business, I would go talk to that business owner as well, because if it's coming from someone they're getting deliveries from, they should be able to talk to those entities and tell them where they can and cannot
Yeah,
be
it's-
parking to load and
it's
unload.
the people patronizing the businesses, so.
Yeah. I'd still talk to the business to see if there's anything they can do to help. Maybe they're not aware that it's happening.
Okay, does anybody else have anything else to add? Okay, let's go to board discussion.
So I have a question, Liz, maybe you can help me. I don't see anything here addressing the drainage. You talked about DNR looked at it, and they, okayed whatever the initial design was. Does the initial design deal with how much hard surface area there is gonna be on each lot, or how's that work?
So you have several layers involved with drainage. First, going back to the beginning, when this was platted as a subdivision,
Yep.
it was looked at.
Yep.
And there's drainage easements designed to accommodate and handle water. Then, yes, you have DNR, who's actually been involved somewhat repeatedly on these sites because there's floodplain interspersed with them. So every time, like when Flower Mill added their air conditioner, like DNR had to look at that. Like every little thing ends up incurring a DNR review.
Okay.
DNR is concerned about making sure nothing's too low, that it's not going to obstruct the flow of water in a 100-year flood event and cause neighbors who might otherwise be high and dry to suddenly have water where it wasn't anticipated to be. So, and then when you actually build a building, then you have a drainage review that occurs with the surveyor's office specific to that site. So that's where you're going to get into how much water has to be held for what's proposed. And I typically, there's no requirement for someone to go to a full drainage board approval before they come to the BZA. But certainly, you as a board would have the right to continue a case and request that if you felt like it was an important component you wanted to understand before you made a motion. But I can't speak as to, I'm not equipped to speak as to how the surveyor or the drainage ordinance will look at it, but I do know that they will have to look at it and they have to sign off on every permit. And commercial permits typically get held up while they examine that for a moment longer if the applicant didn't already take their stuff in and get it reviewed before they came to us.
And also, the area plan office, when you're issuing the building permit, will look at the impervious surface ratio.
Yes, however, I will note this is zoned B3. So unlike the ag district where you're only allowed 5% coverage,
They have
yeah, they have a pretty, I want to say it's 80%, but it's pretty substantial for business district. It's not 100%, only B2 is, but
Well, and there's already drainage on the, along Roth Court.
there is between the lots and then behind
yeah.
as well.
There was a drainage plan when this was platted out, I mean,
There was.
obviously, so
So,
it's built to have some impervious surface on it.
So you say the DNR looks at upstream and the surveyor would look at downstream?
no, the surveyor actually looks at the drainage ordinance site by site, and this idea that you can't be putting water, you can't be creating water and then shoving it out on neighbors at a rate larger than what the site would naturally drain water off at. So that's why oftentimes you see retention or detention facilities. It's just designed to take that extra water and hold it and then meter it out at a reasonable rate, whatever is engineered to be appropriate, so that it does not cause flooding. The surveyor isn't looking at what's happening on the floodplain up and downstream. He's concerned about making sure that you're not building something that's gonna flood someone else.
So as a natural part of this process, they do look at the hard surface they're putting in and the retention.
Yeah, the surveyor will look at what
Yes.
what's
surveyor
draining
will-
off and what's left.
And will not increase the flow rate downstream of what it was originally.
It has to meet whatever the percentages and requirements are in the drainage ordinance, and I don't want to quote that, I'm not super familiar with that, I kind of trust the
So-
surveyor and the drainage board.
So it's still gonna be looked at.
It will be looked at before permitting unless the surveyor tells us it doesn't have to be looked at. That's the part I can't.
Okay.
I mean, having not had that conversation ahead of time, not being aware that this was a concern, I hadn't called the surveyor's office to ask any specific questions about this site.
That's fine.
Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like there's practical difficulty, on what are we gonna put on this lot if the existing business doesn't get to put their warehouse on, so I think this is the best use for that land in this zoning district right now.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve application number CC 2024 01331 docket number 32 VA, according to the findings of the staff report, which are incorporated in the motion by reference.
I'll second.
So I moved and Grant seconded. Roll call when you're ready.
Angie Bailey,
Yes.
Grant Muller,
Yes.
Stacy Pettigo,
Yes.
Chester Bankus.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 4-0. Variance is approved. I would recommend on the drainage concerns, you call the surveyor's office, and I would also recommend on your side that you get your plans over there sooner rather than later, and try to make sure there's not something that incorporates into your design, you know, and that you've got that figured, knowing that you're not gonna be able to get permits without their sign off.
Yeah. I would encourage you guys to go to, if you're concerned about the drainage, go to the surveyor's
So if the
office.
surveyor approves it and my driveway gets washed out, I'm just,
Well, that
just
would
have to
be,
pound sand or what?
I mean, the problem is you're in a floodplain,
Floodplain.
so I mean, that's gonna become a civil issue. If you feel his building directly caused your driveway to be washed out, you're gonna have to figure that out in court. As an administrator, if you have a flood event, I mean, quite honestly, probably all those businesses are gonna take damage in whatever happens there too, because of the amount of water coming from upstream.
Right, but
But
the
it,
driveway is currently getting saturated because of the pinch point of the culvert that's draining due to all this development.
yeah, so I don't, I mean, it
Whereas a 100-year
becomes,
flood might flood it every 100 years, but right now it's like.
or
every
3 times in
spring
1
there's a
year.
heavy
I mean,
rain.
well, that would be something that I would definitely tell the surveyor is that, hey, this culvert right here doesn't handle the amount of water that it's taken in. Now we need to make that happen, is kind of my take on it. So it sounds like we need to make a bigger culvert there to
Right,
handle
sure, it
the
seems
amount of.
obvious to me, but that's what my
Yeah.
worry is, that if the surveyor just says, no, they platted it out for that, and that's just.
I mean, ultimately, that's, I mean, if it comes down to something, ultimately, if 2 property owners feel that they're being harmed by something, and you feel the drainage ordinance hasn't been followed, and thus it's specifically their fault, then you're gonna need to follow that up legally in terms of taking action in civil court to recoup damages or make yourself whole, and somebody's gonna have to determine that in between. But there's no way any of us are qualified to figure out engineering-wise, is his specific property. I mean, the drainage board and the engineers that work for the drainage board, they're qualified to look at water. I couldn't tell you what culvert something needed or doesn't need.
Yeah, I get
I
it.
can't tell you whether Flour Mill or your property or the floodplain are putting what pressure on it or not what pressure. I can't tell you when it was put in or by whom. I mean, all that information, you know.
That culvert?
I don't know.
Okay, so I heard
I'm not
they
sure.
NDOT designed all that, that's what I heard.
Oh, when they
I know-
moved the bridge, or when they redid the bridge, they redid your driveway and probably put that culvert in.
It may have been changed.
Okay.
The bridge was a lot earlier. The culvert came with all the new platting of the businesses.
I guess it may be a little late, but I'd have advised you to take action against NDOT if they reduced the size of the required culvert that was placed there originally, because they're the one that made the change. But as a state organization, that would take some kind of legal action. You'd have to deal with that with NDOT. That's not NDOT is exempt from local regulation. There's nothing that,
Good luck with that.
you know, no, I mean, honestly, that we don't, I mean, as a governmental entity, we
Yeah, I know.
often aren't
I
able
worked
to
for the
get
state my
traction
whole
either.
career. I know.
So.
Yep,
Might
we
as well
will.
be.
But, you know, we have no zoning authority over the state on their road right-of-ways either. So if they want to change something, it just, you know, it just is.
I have to do something, make.
Nope. We're gonna recess for just a second, restroom break. Okay.
I don't,
And gee, we can see the end.
Hey,
be aware the mics are still on, so even though we're on recess, we're a little unclear on like how we stop and start a recording, so we're just leaving it that way. That way there's no questions for listeners that nothing, you know, weird happened. All right, I'm gonna take that opportunity, just because I can.
I don't see how they can get semis in there.
That's a good question.
I was thinking that at most it'd be a straight truck type situation.
It looks like a small lot for semis to go around, but
I was working on a project, and basically that for a loading dock and then turning out, you need about 85, 90 feet. Take 85, 90 feet out of this lot, there's nothing left.
Well, we'll figure that out when they get the plans and.
Yeah. Now, I don't think they're planning on having a loading dock, but you still gotta turn it around somehow. Unless you're a heck of a backer and you can drive it up and then back it out. Maybe they can, I don't know.
Good, and you?
When does dinner get here?
You're supposed to eat before the meeting. Gotta be an old man like me.
I didn't leave the branch till I had a guy come and meet with me at 4:15 after he got off work. I stole some crackers from the kitchen. Hopefully Kim doesn't get mad. She's on vacation right now.
It's like I'm going tomorrow and you're like, hey,
No,
you notice the missing
she won't be
crackers?
back till December 5th. She's in Florida seeing her parents.
Oh, good.
So, Dave, Ken, and I aren't near as good as her. So, on certain things, but a lot of things not. There was a sticky note to make sure we watered her plants. Hopefully Dave has, because I haven't watered them. Hopefully Dave has.
Hopefully you haven't all watered.
No, I know. I don't think Ken has, but I hope Dave has, or someone else.
So you're saying you missed supper tonight? Is that-
I don't know. It'd probably be leftovers.
Oh, is that right?
Probably. That's. Fiance said she was going to eat without me. So there was college volleyball on, so she was going to watch it and eat dinner by herself. And she was happy with it. It's going to be peaceful. It's usually 2 meals a week and then 2 nights leftovers. That's what we do. Monday, Tuesday leftovers, Wednesday, Thursday leftovers.
Well, sometimes leftovers are better tasting than what they were.
It saves us some money. And for 2 people, we don't need 4
Yeah.
big meals.
That's the way we were before kids.
Yeah, we
Same type of deal. Go out on the weekend at least
Yeah,
once.
that's how we usually do once or twice, going out. And we go to my mom and dad's a lot on Sunday night for dinner. Dad will make stuff. If he wants to feed us for free, I will gladly take it. Try to bribe him, so.
Watch my cord.
Good morning.
Liz, was there anybody else out there that all dispersed?
I didn't see anybody in the hall.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get started again. If that's okay with everybody. This is application number CC 2024-01322. Docket number 33-24-SE. It's a petition for Eric Davis. He is requesting approval of a special exception to allow a non-farm single-family dwelling. Can you take us through the staff report, please?
I can. This is located over in Kirkland Township. It's a 3-acre first split off a 210-acre parent tract on the north side of 500 South between 500 East and 421 in Section 34. It's zoned agriculturally, as is everything surrounding it. The petitioner is requesting approval on behalf of his children to allow them to build a single non-farm dwelling on the proposed new lot. A point system was run on it, but it only scored 4 points due to several factors, such as a medium lot size, flat farming soils, and the presence of some floodplain that's running across the lot. But there is still room for development. If the application is approved, it will still have to get one lot minor subdivision approval from the Plan Commission before it can become a buildable lot. So on the second page, we tried to show this floodplain in a way that hopefully you can see how much of this area is in floodplain. And then on the third page, you've got a picture, kind of a corner. The applicant is seeking approval for a single dwelling. There's 4 criteria in section 513.03 of the ordinance that the board would have to find are affirmatively met in order to approve. First, that the lot shall be located such that the proximity to other dwellings, the configuration of the parent tract, or the location of creeks, ditches, and other natural features have the least negative effect on the use of agricultural equipment or the use of the property as part of a farm. So the site is on farm ground that belongs to the petitioner and is for his children. It's to be 3 acres in the southwest corner of the farm ground. It does not appear to create a whole lot of new maneuvering because it is on the corner. The petitioner's dwelling is over in the southeast corner and is with the rest of the farm field exempt division since it's larger than the 20 acres. If the request is approved and a subdivision is subsequently approved. And I will note this one kind of reminds me a little bit of, it's been a while back, but a different case we heard agriculturally where we'd have preferred to see the lots up against each other, but because of drainage and water issues, there really wasn't any other frontage to use, and this similarly has floodplain across the entire front of the rest of the property in between that creates some challenges, unless you were to go back into the middle of the field, which would definitely be less desirable still. The second item is that locating a dwelling on the new lot would not require changes in road surfaces or bridges. So this is a paved road, serves farm equipment and houses. There doesn't appear to be any issue in terms of concerns on the road. 3, locating a dwelling on the new lot would not interfere with the current agricultural practices in the adjacent area, nor substantially restrict the expansion of confined feeding. So there's no large confined feeding operations within a mile of this currently. With the new lot being placed this way, it doesn't appear to interfere with other current agricultural practices, but it does technically expand the area of setbacks for potential new confined feeding operations. We went ahead and ran a map because given the location of the site, like my first thought was, well, okay, how is this gonna affect? So there is technically an expansion. However, when you look at the circles here in this, the orange circle is the proposed new site. The green circles are the existing setbacks that a new facility would have to stay away from the houses that are already there. And then I put the floodplain in there as well because a confined feeding operation cannot be located in the floodplain or close enough that when it digs down for pits, it gets itself into the floodplain. So it's not a desirable area for that use. So over half of the expanded area is already in the floodplain, so it'd be difficult to site a CAFO there. Of what remains out of the floodplain, over half of it belongs to the petitioner, so they're only restricting themselves. So the end effect of the additional setback circle on neighboring future confined feeding operations does not seem to be significant at all. And 4, that there's mitigating circumstances in the application of the above rating criteria. So we used to have a criteria on our point system about who somebody was related to, but it just didn't make good sense because then you're having to ask people those questions. But in this case, we are aware, that they came in from the very beginning, where a farmer's wanting to have a location for their children to be on site. So we did include that. And then we have the normal special exception findings from 203.11. First, the proposed use conforms to the district provisions in which it will be located and the general regulations of the ordinance. So if granted, a single home would be permitted here and it would require Plan Commission approval for the subdivision and would appear to comply with the ordinance. 2, the use shall not involve an element or cause a condition that may be dangerous, injurious, or noxious to other property or persons and shall comply with the performance standards herein. So at the time of writing the report, we did confirm that soil samples were finished, and I'm just reading ahead here. Yeah, so at the time, and I don't know, Kat, did we receive an approval from the health department on this one subsequently to writing?
I got a phone call from Rodney.
Rodney, okay. And I apologize, we had a lot of cases to track, so this has been a little bit chaotic and double tracking things. But yes, the health department got back, so this is suitable. Did it end up requiring a mound system?
No.
Or do we know?
Perimeter drain out.
Okay, so it looks like they do have enough elevation in that 1 foot it looks like, to fit it in there. So, anyway, no concerns in terms of being able to get a septic in. 3, the proposed use shall be sited, oriented, and landscaped so the relationship of its buildings and grounds to adjacent buildings or properties do not impair health, safety, or comfort, or adversely affect values. This is surrounded mostly by farm ground. The 2 other existing homes in the vicinity, one is the petitioner's, the other is not right up against it, so there wouldn't seem to be any significant value issue. 4, the proposed use shall produce a total environmental effect consistent with and not harmful to the environment of the neighborhood. Again, there's already some other residences in this vicinity that are preventing intensive agriculture from being here. They're sufficiently spread out that it doesn't appear that it's changing the kind of feel that you already have there. 5, the proposed use shall organize vehicular access and parking to minimize conflicting traffic movement on adjacent streets. There's plenty of room for 2 parking spaces here. And finally, the proposed use shall promote the objectives of the ordinance and be consistent with the comprehensive plan. So Objective 2, Policy 1 of the comprehensive plan does state to minimize development on agricultural land. The Kirkland Township Future Land Use Plan designates the area as primarily agricultural. This proposed new lot is smaller. It'll be well spaced from the other homes. So it does conform to the comprehensive plan average density of no more than 1 home per 20 acres in the A1 district. That's kind of set up as that goal not to have too many homes in those areas. So the new lot would not appear to adversely affect the future plan of agricultural densities and uses. Consequently, staff would recommend to approve the request for 1 home. We have heard from the health department, so that's no longer a concern.
Very good. Does the petitioner have anything to add?
Unless it pertains to surface drainage, I'm sure that make some comments on that. I'm Eric Davis, president of J.J. Davis Farm Incorporated, the owner. But you guys are more familiar with the floodplain maps than I am. It seemed like they were rather liberal with their pink ink on. The surface drainage, you see that rectangle that we're proposing in the corner of that field. The surface drainage in that field goes straight to the east, as you can see. If you're familiar with that area, and Grant may be, down there where 580 teens into 500 south, there's like a 2-acre patch that just collects water from heavy rains. And the water that actually Neil's farm direct bordering up to the west side of that property goes to the open ditch toward the west. So although neither my brother or I are 100 years old, we've never seen that area that's never flooded. So I would just say, and this number 2, I'd never sell my daughter a piece of ground that was going to flood on her. So if you have any questions about that,
I will note, and this is a side note because regulatorily I have to do what these maps say, but I'm actually suspicious there may be an error in your area, but the only way to appeal that is to do detailed engineering and send it through the DNR. This reminds me of another site we're dealing with that is doing engineering. So the reason this is flooding is actually because there is a man-made side ditch that somebody dug that gets lower than the floodplain and then allows that computer modeling to show, yes, accurate lower elevations, but then they stopped their study, and you can actually see on the map, there's a flat line. Water doesn't just stop, like it keeps flowing. They just pick a spot where they quit following the stream as they expand their studies. But if they continued following it, they would discover that it goes downhill to a different watershed, and this is a transition point. And my guess is at some point the computer modeling would go, oh, wait a second, I have a whole new set of elevation numbers, and then it would sort, but it doesn't have that information. And we're dealing with something very similar actually over by Jefferson, where the modeling believes that we get a 6-foot deep pond on the south side of 28 and is unaware of and unable to accommodate for the culverts and the other things, or the fact that, you know, what that would do. So I wondered the same thing as you, but have no authority to question it or change it unless you submit that engineering.
it's hearsay for me to be up here and talk about it, but if you're aware of that area, I live about approximately not even 3/8 of a mile to the east of that, and that's where that water is going toward Davis Ditch, down that way, the open ditch, and there's also a large county tile that runs through that is draining that area. It's also an area where the water crosses the road in front of my house.
if you get a 4 or 5 inch rain.
The topos would certainly support that.
So,
Conclusion.
but it does not even come close to doing that at the site we're talking about for this home, so.
Very good. Anybody else have anything to say on this case? Nope. All right, board discussion.
It's very straightforward. I mean, obviously it's family and stuff, and they know that land better than us. So they wouldn't. I mean, I don't think he'd sell that to his daughter if there was going to start flooding. So I could make a motion.
Sounds good.
So I will make a motion to approve application CC-2024-01322, docket number 33-24-SE, according to the findings of the staff report, which are incorporated in the motion by reference.
I'll second it. So Grant moved and I seconded. Roll call vote when you're ready.
Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Grant Muller,
Yes.
Stacy Pettico,
Yes.
Chester Banks.
Yes.
Very good. Free to go.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, last two here. Let's do application number CC-2024-01328, docket number 34-24-SE. It's the petition of James and Monica, help me with this name, Blaisdell? Okay. Blaisdell, they are requesting the approval of a special exception to allow a non-farm single dwelling in an ag district. Can you take us through the staff report?
I
Do we
can.
want to go and talk about both of them at the same time? Or?
We decided to separate these. We don't normally
Sounds
do
good.
this, but we decided to do two entirely separate staff reports because although the petitioners might not have any interest in the second one being approved if they don't have the first, technically, both requests are standalones in the A1 district. They're not dependent on each other necessarily. So, so that's why we separated them, because we thought, well, it's possible that you could approve either and disapprove the other theoretically, and so we just thought that was a little bit clearer. So, all right, so anyway, this is a request, this first one, for a non-farm, single-family dwelling, similar to the last case in the agricultural zoning district. Both this lot and everything surrounding it are zoned agriculturally. This is a 8.46 acre building lot, also two parcels, like one earlier tonight, that's on the west side of State Road 39 between 550 North, which is actually Borders, and 650 North in Section 7 of Ross Township. It's a first split of a 9.81 acre parent tract. It's surrounded mostly by farmland. It formerly had a dwelling. It was a single wide house trailer that sat on it. The site is in and surrounded by agricultural. It was scored under the point system, but it only scored 9 points. It would have needed 10 to be approved. And it lost points due to the size of the lot, and then it lost one more point because there is a confined feeding right out there, closer to a mile from it. So even though you only have to be a quarter mile in order to legally be able to put a house, we remove points if you're within a mile, just to try to bring things to the BZA that might be borderline. So, the petitioner also filed a second request, which we'll talk about next, to have their contractor's business, which is also a special exception in the A1 district, specifically for fencing installation on the site with their dwelling, if this request is approved, but we did put them independently. So there's a map at the bottom of this that shows you this location, and highlights both these parcels. And then we've noted where the previous trailer sat, just to try to be helpful. Kat's got a picture here on the second page, looking out from the church parking lot across the site. And then there's a layout that's not to scale, that just kind of indicates their intention is to put the house up near where the old previous home was, and then their business a little bit further south of that. So in terms of request analysis, we've got a series of criteria from section 513.03. First, that the lot shall be located such that the proximity to other dwellings, the configuration of the parent tract, or the location of creeks, ditches, and other natural features have the least negative impact on the use of agricultural equipment or the use of the property as part of a farm. So this site is actively farmed. There's an existing dwelling that's part of the parent tract, but not part of the new lot that's kind of carved out of it in the northeast corner and creates maneuvering for farm equipment. There's also the remaining area from the previous residence and the remaining septic field that's being farmed around. Actually would appear, since this is not farmed in common with another field, that the amount of maneuvering required for a lot this small would be dramatically reduced by not doing it, given the size of farm equipment today. This wouldn't appear to be a high-value site. So 2, locating a dwelling on the new lot would not require changes in road surfaces or bridges. So this is no concern in this case. You've got a paved road to the south, and of course 39 is also a paved road. Both are well-maintained and traveled without any issue. 3, locating a dwelling on the new lot would not interfere with current agricultural practices in the adjacent area, nor substantially restrict the expansion of confined feeding and other agricultural practices. So there's dwelling sites right here in the same vicinity, directly adjacent, and then more up against it. It does have a configuration that appears to be difficult for farm equipment to maneuver and is small. It will be required to go through the minor subdivision process, which will include covenants to protect ag practices in the area. There don't appear to be any confined feeding operations within the quarter mile, so it wouldn't be preventing anyone from expanding. And because it's in the middle of a whole bunch of other homes on all sides, I didn't even bother drawing a map on this one. It's clearly not increasing where a site can locate. So 4, that there's mitigating circumstances in the application of the above rating criteria. So the primary mitigating circumstances, the petition site has a configuration that is awkward, and using it instead for residential use would help square it off and reduce that. It doesn't appear to be a high value field. It's already a limited area for intense ag activities. And while we didn't note it here, I would note it's a previous home site as well, even though it missed by 1 point on the point system. In addition to the standards of section 513, there's the 6 special exception standards. First, the proposed use conforms to the district provisions in which it will be located and the general regulations of the ordinance. So if a special exception is granted, then a single home would be permitted on this property, and minor subdivision approval will be needed from the Plan Commission. 2, the proposed use shall not involve an element or cause a condition that may be dangerous, injurious, or noxious to other property or persons, and shall comply with the performance standards herein. So the Health Department had noted initially that they had a soil test on file, but then they did note that there's an existing septic system that could be used, and they have since confirmed they believe can be used. But just in case there's some issue with it, the soils are suitable for a replacement septic, so there's no concern that there'd be a house here without any waste disposal. The new lot will be required to have a minor subdivision, so if there's an issue in terms of needing a drainage outlet or something like that, it can be handled at the subdivision process. 3, the proposed use shall be sited, oriented, and landscaped so the relationship of its buildings and grounds to adjacent buildings and properties does not impair health, safety, or comfort, nor does it adversely affect values of adjacent properties. So this is all farmland. There are some other dwelling sites around it, and there's sufficient spacing. There was previously a home here, and they're locating close to where that previous home was, but I think with a bit of an upgrade over a single wide, so they're actually going to be a little further from the neighboring house than what the previous house was, because they'll be moving back behind. So it doesn't appear that there's any adverse effect on values. 4, the proposed use shall produce a total environmental effect consistent with and not harmful to the environment of the neighborhood. Again, this is mostly farm ground with existing homes. It's consistent with what's there. 5, the proposed use shall organize vehicular access and parking to minimize conflicting traffic movement on adjacent streets. So there's really no concern about parking here. More than enough room for 2 parking spaces. However, we did note under this category that NDOT did respond that this location cannot have access from State Road 39 because there's not adequate setback space between intersections and driveways. And if they put in the access to the far north to try to meet that setback, then they're not going to be far enough from the existing residential access for NDOT, because they don't want 2 driveways too close together, and there's already one to the north. So NDOT needs that access to be from 550 north. 6, the proposed use shall promote the objectives of the ordinance and be consistent with the comprehensive plan. So Objective 2, Policy 1 does generally state to minimize development on agricultural land. However, the Ross Township Future Land Use Plan designates the township as having more rolling topography than most townships, and though it has extensive farming, it's also predicted to experience increasing development pressure because of its close proximity to Lafayette and State Road 26, as it connects Lafayette and Kokomo and points from east to west. This new lot is larger in size than what would usually be favorable, but it would eliminate some tight maneuvering for farm equipment, and there's other homes in the area, so it would appear to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Consequently, staff would recommend to approve the request for a single home with the condition that the lot may only have an access for a single driveway on 550 North that needs to be at least 200 foot back from the intersection. And minor subdivision approval will also be necessary from the Area Plan Commission, if approved.
Very good. Does the petitioner have anything to add? Okay, does anybody have anything to add?
I sure do. My name is Gary Click. I live 3857 West County Road 550, right across from the property.
To the south?
To the south.
I'm the second house behind the church.
Oh, so you're further down 39.
I'm 550.
550, okay, I see. All right, I found you.
Now, there was a drive right where the trailer was at one time. Why can't they use that?
NDOT's not going to permit it, so,
You know, and where would 200 feet from the intersection be? That'd be right in front of my house?
well, they don't have to go there. They could go further down. But the concern is you usually want, from an intersection, you want enough stacking space for several semi-trucks full of grain to be sitting waiting to turn without blocking anybody from getting in and out.
But you know, on that road, it says no trucks, and we got trucks every day.
So that's just general traffic
Yeah.
advice. I mean, I suppose one could counter that way. And I suppose we could simply say 550 North and let County Highway sort out where it is.
Okay.
As staff, we don't generally recommend putting a driveway right up against a busy intersection.
Okay,
We get
now-
worried about wrecks.
And as far as the house is concerned, I've talked to James and Monica both. I was a nosy neighbor. They were over in the field. I went over there. As far as the house is concerned, there's a gas line that runs through that property. And I told them, as long as, you know, I guess the provision is 100 foot away from that underground gas line. As long as they're over there, the home, I have no problem whatsoever. Matter of fact, I'm more than welcome to have a home there. You know, they're gonna be back there behind, they're not even gonna be close to me, so it doesn't bother me. Now, the building, the next one you're gonna be talking about, they want it down there in that corner. Well, it floods if we got a heavy rain, and I've called the county highway, and I went out there, and they said they'd be mowing that. I want them to clean that ditch, because if we get a heavy rain, it backs that corner lot up quite a bit. Where I've asked the county twice now, come down and clean that ditch out, because there's starting to be trees everywhere. The county hasn't even given me the satisfaction of saying, kiss my ass.
If you're not getting satisfaction, I'd recommend going to a county commissioners meeting. And they have a public comment period at the beginning of every meeting, and bringing it up in public comment to ask if they can get some help.
I'm a total, I want to say politically correct, I'm a total ass about communication. I've called them, and I've even went up and spoke to them and said, hey, call me, let me know something. But if they'd clean that ditch out, where this gentleman wants to, and I've talked to him.
And the ditch is on 550, not on, okay, just making sure, because I just thought, oh, if it's NDOT, that's a whole different.
You know, I've talked to NDOT too, and they've taken care of their ditch in front of 39, but it's county material after it turns the corner.
Correct.
And the state has done great for me. But the county,
So county highway works directly for the county commissioners. That's a supervisory role. So the county commissioners can they have the power to order county highway to do something. So that would be my advice on that, is if you're not getting satisfaction, is to just talk to them.
I got a question on this. So are we talking about like right there at the corner?
okay, yeah.
You can see the wet spot on there.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right here.
Let's see.
So you're talking about the problem being like debris right here.
Right there, all the way to this,
Oh, you're fine.
to that first drive.
Yeah.
Now I mow in front of my house, so as they.
So it sounds like to me that it's, if,
Their site plan indicates they're actually putting it further north,
If
but
our-
it's also not to scale, so there's some,
Yeah, but
you know.
but my issue is,
if we clean up, if they clean up the drain, if they clean up the ditch and take care of it, that should should
eliminate
help
that
everybody.
flooding. Yeah.
So if our property, our petitioner
Yeah.
cleans up the right of way there,
Yeah.
we shouldn't have an issue.
I also will note, you typically get less runoff from developed properties with housing, not all development,
Yeah,
than
but-
farm
But
fields.
like, and I've talked to James and Monica both, and we just spoke just a few minutes ago, that building for his business is gonna be such as a warehouse, no storefront, no sales, no nothing. I have no problem if he, gives me some kind of idea of how big of a building he wants. And I've been to his office in Kokomo. The building's nice, he's got fence around it, where most of his stuff is behind the fence where it's not an eyesore. I have no problem with this. But, just as long as there's no storefront, no, and see, another issue was, with it not wanting him to put that drive right there where that mobile home used to be, is it on 550? Well, this is my neighbor. We have to get up, if we go north in our automobile, not a truck, but if we got to go north, we got to go up in that church parking lot to see over at Knoll to the south in order to go north.
I think that's part of why NDOT doesn't want any more drives, and I think the previous trailer was maybe in common ownership, but I'm not sure there ever was a
There
completely
was a
separate drive there, was there?
I've been there 22 years.
NDOT doesn't honor, I mean, you have a whole roundabout because of NDOT separation rules,
Yeah,
so
but look,
it's,
I've been there 22 years.
Yeah.
I was there when Fred owned the house, and it was upkept, a lot of good, more than people that take care of it now. And I was there when the trailer was there.
I think the board has the ability, I mean, even if the board doesn't include the condition, NDOT's not going to approve it, they've made it clear. So at that point, the board's gonna have to decide whether or not a house can go there based on the driveway,
Well,
know.
well, like I said, I don't have no problem with the drive, but the county's got to clean that damn ditch. I
Yeah.
mean, there's no ifs, ands about it.
I work for
Yeah.
5 jurisdictions, I don't have any control over any of the legislative bodies, I would strongly recommend you let them know.
And I will let them know. I mean, if I.
You might try calling a county commissioner if you don't have time to go to the meeting and see if you can get some help that way first.
Okay, that'd be more, but this is my first time to voice my opinion,
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to let them build a home there and be part of my neighborhood. But, how you say that the county's gonna have to step up and do their part in order to make it feasible for them people to live there.
No, I get it, and we're down in Perry Township, and we have a lot of areas where side ditches fill in, I get it.
But and like, you can ask them, my ditch in front of my house, it took me a few years to get that where I'm able to mow it and keep it out, and that's where they drove across, is where I keep the ditch nice. So, like I said, I don't have, but I'll call the county commissioner, because unless they clean that ditch, their drive's gonna be, excuse the expression, piss poor.
Sure, and I imagine they're gonna want that cleaned too,
Exactly.
or wanna do it themselves, I mean,
The ditch needs to be cleaned, period. But as far as the house and them having a warehouse there, I have no issues.
Cool.
And go ahead, not Ryan.
Ryan Goris, I'm his neighbor. My only concern is, so I own the kind of the empty lot beside him, and then the house with the barn right beside it. The county tile runs underneath my spare lot, and then it zags towards not where they're wanting, but to the field, would be west of them.
I see it.
And anytime when we get a sufficient rain, several times a year, my spare lot floods, despite the tile running right underneath it. The only concern I have is with maybe the house, I guess tangentially related to the house, but more the warehouse that we'll talk about next. Just how the water's going to run off. I imagine they'll have to tie into that tile somehow or another.
Yeah, I don't know, that's gonna be, so they can't cross outside of their property line without an
Without
easement.
an easement.
So they're not gonna be able to come across, and typically houses don't have to put in retention ponds because they don't create enough
Right.
overflow, but the surveyor's office will have to review the site to make sure he feels nothing's leaving it, you know, depending on the size of the business building, he may want some retention there, but they can't just cross the neighboring field without an easement.
Right. And then that's my singular concern. I mean, it's a fencing business. I imagine it's not going to be an eyesore.
I would recommend the same thing to you that I did to an earlier case. You know, of course, the board can decide if they want to continue it or not and ask the surveyor to look at it first. But in any case, if you haven't talked to the county surveyor, and that's a county regulated tile, you might.
I talked to Dan before.
Okay.
They went in years ago to kind of clean out the tile.
Some of these are old and they're
Yeah.
tough.
And again, I'm accustomed to it flooding.
Right.
I
But you don't want it to
just
be worse.
Worse, yeah. But honestly, that's
And you might ask him his opinion on this too. He's gonna be way better versed
sure.
in being like, okay, well, water is not my.
Yeah.
I trust
Yeah,
what they
well,
say.
I recognize the theme. The drainage is.
Well, it's important. We're a poorly drained county, so it, you know.
Yeah.
That whole 8 acres ends up, except for the house and the
If that ends up being
building
grass, there's gonna
grass,
be a lot less runoff.
there'll be less runoff.
We've actually seen that north of town where suddenly we have 1,400 acres in grass. Now that it's finally growing up, the watershed is cleaner and there's less runoff because ag ground, I mean, we all love agriculture, but in the time it's not planted, it does get a lot more runoff, and a lot of our rain now comes in the time of year when it's not planted. So you may, I mean, I would ask Dan what his opinion is, but I know what he usually tells me in the past is when you see grass go in, you usually see less water than what's been there before.
You know, and like I said, you know, I'm looking out, you know, for myself and for them, you know, but, you know, again, you know, if we get that, you know, in Ryan's, you know, Ryan's been there my whole, he moved in after I did, so, you know, and we've asked about that ditch several times to get it off the property, and, you know, but once, you know, and like Ryan also said, you know, he's got that culvert in that, the lot between it, and when it rains quite a bit, you know, it doesn't get in the field,
But it piles.
but it piles up in that ditch.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. All right, do you have anything to talk about? Okay, cool. Board discussion. I mean, this seems to be a hot area right here, because we've had quite a few cases in the last 18, 24 months along this corridor, so.
Well, it's not far from Rossville, all things
Well,
considered.
well, I know, but you know, I know just to the
Well, it's not
west
far.
of there, we had a handful of cases we've looked at in the last 24 months.
What's the big town of Cambria? It's just booming.
That totally is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will note, I don't know that he didn't formally submit something for the board, but just for the sake of transparency, I did get an email from a neighbor, Ty Brown, asking some questions about this case. We did some in the staff reports, and he noted that he did not have any objections. So just for the sake of transparency, nothing came out of that was requested to be transferred, but we did get some contact.
Okay. Okay.
No, I know that area they talked about. It does flood, obviously, right there. So, I mean, I'm sure it's got debris and all kinds of stuff that needs cleaned out. I mean, that would be my only concern. And then they answered my question about where the driveway was going to come, if it was going to come off 39 or 550. But 'cause I think it'd be safer coming off 550 than so.
That was our thought when we first saw it, but then when NDOT responded, it was like, well, that's a
Yeah.
cinch deal at that point. You know, if they won't put a cut in, then
Yeah, those were my only two. The house I have no problem with, and if that gets fixed, just kind of like the neighbor said, I think, because I don't want it to flood for them.
Well, I think it's a good thing developing this, like we talked about the grass and
Mm-hmm.
and you know, you've got a petitioner here that I think's willing and has probably the means to get the drainage fixed for their property and hopefully help the surrounding drainage too, so.
Yeah.
It sounded like a motion to me.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to make one. I just wanted to see if there's any.
I think there
Yeah,
was a
the
condition.
condition, yeah, okay.
But if you agree with it, you
Well,
could just
that's
make
what I'm
it for
saying,
the conditions and not read them.
Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. I move to, approve, application CC 2024-01328, docket number 3424 SE, according to the findings in the staff report, which are incorporated in this motion by reference, with the conditions that are also listed in the staff report as far as the driveway is concerned.
I'll second it.
I moved and Grant seconded. Roll call vote when we get a chance.
Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Grant Moeller,
Yes.
Stacy Pettigo,
Yes.
and Chester Bankus.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 4-0.
So we got the next one to go through that would have to do with the contractor business. So let's go ahead and get it going. Application number CC 2024-01329, docket number 35-24-SE. It's a petition for James and Monica Blaisdell, or Blaisdell. They're requesting a special exception to allow contractor business for fence installation performed off-site. Can you take us through the staff report?
We
quickly,
can.
Liz?
I'm going to skip the location information because
Yep.
we're in the same spot. And as you noted, it's for a contractor's business. The building will serve to store materials and equipment. It may also include an office for the public to review options in terms of what they might want to put in for fencing. Because it's the A1 district, a contractor's business is a special exception approval. And we do note that if this does include an office or any public or employees other than the family entering it, then the state will have to also be involved in that. So there's two pictures on the second page, same two that were on the last staff report. So the third page, we've just got the primary special exception standards that we have to examine for this. First, that the proposed use conforms to the district provisions in which it will be located, and all general regulations of the ordinance. This is a special exception use in the A1 district. There's no additional development standards, but it will have to follow the general standards such as buffer yards, lighting, signage, and the requirement the exterior is kept clean and free of junk and debris. Additionally, materials and equipment for the business cannot be stored out in the open. They have to be inside the barn or completely screened, so they're not visible from roadways or neighboring properties. 2, the proposed use shall not involve an element or cause a condition that may be dangerous, injurious, or noxious to any other property or persons, and shall comply with the performance standards herein. The petitioner's contacted area plan, they, as was previously noted, currently are located and operate out of Kokomo, where they live and have their business, but they'd like to move that here to Clinton County. And have the option of an office area in there as well. They will be required to follow local permitting procedures and may need to obtain a state design release, depending on how the state views that. But they have been willing to comply with whatever they need to do, so there doesn't appear to be any injurious condition created. 3, the proposed use shall be sited oriented to landscape, so its relationship of its buildings and grounds to adjacent properties does not impair health, safety, or comfort, nor adversely affect values of adjacent properties. So this will be a new pole barn. Some limited signage is permitted per the ordinance, but aside from that, the property would remain appearing like a residential or agricultural property. Pole barns are consistent with ag type buildings, so it wouldn't appear to be out of character for what you'd see in the area. 4, the proposed use shall produce a total environmental effect consistent with and not harmful to the environment of the neighborhood. So it's a fence installation business. All the equipment and materials will need to be stored inside and screened off. But as long as that occurs, it should be consistent with the neighborhood without any issue. 5, the proposed use shall organize vehicular access and parking to minimize conflicting traffic movement on adjacent streets. So again, same thing with the driveway. NDOT does not is not willing to approve that the other way. And then, as noted in the previous application, there's now a condition that that's only a single driveway, so the business and the house will need to share that drive as they come up internally, and that needs to be back enough that it's not creating an issue up against the intersection. Finally, the proposed use shall promote the objectives of the ordinance and be consistent with the comprehensive plan. So the comprehensive plan on land use objective 3 says to prevent incompatible land uses from locating in agricultural areas, which may encroach on confined feeding and farming operations. And this business, though it's not agriculturally based, it does have some similarities. The location it's being placed doesn't appear to create a problem with future agricultural practice, especially being as it's a pole barn. We also note that in Land Use Goal 4, Objective 5, it states to encourage businesses that are compatible with agriculturally zoned land, and a fenced business appears to be right in the middle of that target type of business. So consequently, staff recommends to approve the special exception request with the conditions that there shall be no accumulation of junk and debris on exterior grounds, that all equipment and materials are stored inside or screened completely, and if an office area is built, it must meet all building code requirements, and then it must share the residential drive. And then we also noted in this case that we think the special exception should be limited to this petitioner in this location only, not to be automatically carried over or relocated without returning to the BZA. There's nothing about a pole barn that would prevent it from being used other ways, and contractors' businesses can vary very widely. And while a fencing business might not be a big deal, say landscaping business with piles of mulch might be a huge issue in this location.
Exactly.
So we just felt like that was important to safeguard the neighborhood, and it shouldn't negatively affect the petitioners.
Very well. Does the petitioner have anything to add to that?
Hello, James Blaisdell, own Ideal Fence. The business was started back in 2002, spring. The reason we're looking for the expansion is mainly sense of efficiency in order to scale the business, to gain more territory, more volume. Want to try to keep it as brief as possible, but I also want to have an opportunity to answer any questions about what that site entails and what the building size. I think one of the questions was the building size. It's not going to be outside of what we're operating out of now, which is going to be a 36 by 60 pole barn structure. That is mainly going to be to house job lots, because we're not looking to carry inventory on this property. We're looking for the Kokomo operation to facilitate job lots, to facilitate this market. So I don't have any plans to have large amounts of inventory. The inside of the buildings for equipment, trucks, trailers, and the job lots will be stationed outside. So we definitely have plans to put in a fence, because that's what I do. So outside of that, I just want to open the floor, let you guys ask any questions you might have.
So do you do mainly farm type fencing, or is it residential?
It is residential fencing.
Okay.
Typically for ag fence, I will source that out and refer clients out to somebody that does ag fence. I think there's one here in Frankfurt that really does a good job on ag fence. So typically I'll refer that out.
Very good.
So I don't have any questions. I'm pretty.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now the only, like I said, the only thing that I asked, and you guys said it in the minutes, is for it to be, either in the building or behind a fence. I just don't want stuff out in the open.
And I would note, with any kind of hearing where we have a suspicion, depending on management, that we might have an issue with junk and debris, we always request the board add these conditions just to make it crystal clear. But I would note, whether or not the condition was there, if there's junk and debris, you can call our office and we'll send somebody out there and take a look, and if it's visible, we
And
can
outside
cite it.
storage.
And outside storage, it's not screened, so, you know, we can deal with that.
Yeah.
You know, if there's an issue, we can deal with that,
And I said something to him about it, so
yeah.
I guess we're done.
All right, you want a motion?
Yeah, if you're ready for a motion, I'm ready.
Yeah.
All right. I'll make a motion to approve application number CC-2024-01329, docket 35-24-SE. According to the findings of the staff report, which were incorporated in the motion by reference with the conditions that there will be no accumulation of junk or debris on the exterior grounds. All storage of equipment material for business must be inside or screened in a way that's not visible from roadways and neighboring properties. If an office area is built, it must meet all building codes and requirements. It must share in the residential drive off of 550 North, and the special exception is granted to this petitioner in this location only, not to be carried over to new owners of the property and relocated to other properties without returning to the BZA.
I'll second that.
Chester moved and Grant seconded. Roll call when you're ready, Liz.
Almost. All right, Andy Bailey,
Yes.
Grant Muller,
Yes.
Stacy Pettigo,
Yes.
Chester Bankies.
Yes.
All right, 4-0. So you guys, like an earlier case, subdivision will be your next step. And Kat can help you get information on that if you don't already have it.
Very good. We do have one quick new business.
We do, and it shouldn't take very long, so. This is your fault. So, Jay had, it had come to his, yes, it had come to, hey, guys, sorry, if you guys can just step out into the hall if you're gonna chat for a second.
Hey, thanks.
So, Jay had contacted me, and I think two of you have already heard this, but for the other two, and Stacy's dealt with this once, so it'll sound familiar. But Jay had something come to his attention in terms of some stuff that attorneys have been discussing with public records law specific to online social media usage and potential liabilities. And there's a group that goes around and just looks for parties that aren't even causing problems and then decides to sue to make a point. So we felt it was important to brief both of our boards on what to do if you find yourself in a situation where there might be liability, to make sure that everybody understands the proper procedure, and then hopefully that helps cover us if we ever have to deal with anything. So I'll kind of hand that over to Jay.
Yeah, well, there's really sort of two prongs to this. One is, if you are using your Facebook primarily, or something like that, and if it's private, that's fine. If you're using your private Facebook to express issues that are in the our domain,
Coming before.
then you have the problem that it becomes, your response may be an official comment that we need to be able, when we have a public records request, they'll say we should have provided that. The other place it comes up is if you block someone. Because then what if you're blocking someone.
But you're having conversations about things
If you're-
related,
if you're
and not
having-
an issue with your.
Yeah, if you're having, this is only if you're blocking someone in connection with a issue that is in front of the Area Plan Commission or the Board of Zoning Appeals, then that is a denial of this person's free speech rights. And it's a First Amendment issue, so.
Now I would note,
The best answer is, don't use your private phone for government business. Don't get involved in Facebook and that on an issue that is in front of the Area Plan Commission. Because the other problem you have is if you get in a discussion in advance, then you've got the problem of you're prejudging the case.
Well, and in BZA's case, it's flat illegal to discuss because you're quasi-judicial. Stacy ran into this a few years ago. I don't know if any of you guys remember, where someone was direct messaging her on Facebook, and she didn't engage, but it still happened. So she contacted us and submitted that, and then we actually sent it on to all the board members, and we mentioned it publicly, so as to make sure that there was no special knowledge, and no one could claim later that she had some sort of conversation that didn't actually occur. And obviously, you guys can't stop somebody from
Yeah.
doing it to you, but you
Yeah.
can not reply and then submit it so that it can't come back to bite anyone.
Yeah. So anyway, that's it.
That's it. And even if I had other business,
We do have to,
no.
I would have gladly said we can do this in December.
this is gonna
Oh,
be really quick. If you
yes.
Just let me say this, okay?
We can't meet.
We have somebody that's already filed, and we're meeting,
That's
our next
right.
meeting is December the 24th.
And we don't think you want to meet.
Our office is closed, so would you want to have a special meeting June the 7th, so this person
No,
does,
January the
or
7th.
January the 7th? If this person, well, if this person can be heard January the 7th, or having a special meeting, or move it to, just let it go to January the 20-something rather.
January the 20th.
Two of you already have an APC meeting on January the 7th, so that's why we thought it might make sense.
Well, that was kind of my thought.
Yeah.
Was I'm okay with January 7th,
Okay.
and we'll just have a
This would
special.
make
do
that
we
person
have-
happy.
And we would, and that's us
Yeah.
two, I guess.
Stacy,
We're
yeah.
already here, but if it's up to these guys.
Chester, can you do January
January
7th?
7th should be okay.
It just prevents us from having and then if we have any other filings, we can, not push them all to the end. But
Maybe you can then
So do we go?
not have another one of these.
or not have one at all.
Yeah.
Later in the month.
Yeah, it might work out that
So
way.
we'll
Is that-
have this immediately after the APC or immediately before?
One or the other.
After,
Yeah, after,
yeah.
well, how many cases do we have for APC? We don't know yet.
I don't know, not for January.
What,
Yeah.
what
We
they say
probably
about-
will leave APC where it is, and then we'll either do this,
That's what
probably
we've
have to
done
be after,
before.
because you guys probably can't do earlier.
Yeah, I probably not.
That's
early.
what we did before. We
Yeah.
just set it, we didn't set a specific time, we just said immediately following the
The area.
APC meeting that is before that, so that's
Okay.
what we'll do.
Did
Cool.
I see we have a special meeting in December for
Yeah, that's
the?
APC.
Yeah, that's
For
APC.
Uh-huh.
Yep. I can explain that to you after we're.
Okay.
Anybody
Well,
want to make a motion to
you can
adjourn?
tell me tomorrow.
I move to adjourn.
I'll second that.
We're adjourned.
We're out of here.
I don't use Facebook.
Yeah, I know. I stay off of there, it irritates me.
Who was my first and my second?
Andy and then
Matter.
me.
Made the motion.
I know, right?
And
That
Thank you.
is one where you can do a motion made
On
and
motion
duly
made.
seconded.
And no one will complain.
And nobody,
You guys were
who's ever going to challenge?
I've wondered my entire life what happened to someone.
Okay, thank you.
That's where I take it anyway.
Nope, that's fine.
Thank you.
go home.
I'm not shoving you out,
It was
but
a
I'm
long
just gonna
night.
shut this off while I'm over here.
That happens. That number,
Come back.
Well, we didn't
when you
get
have
hung
that
up.
number, it's going to take a little while. Just reading through them.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.